lecturer is Professor William Bazeo. I'm going to give a brief CV about him. It's quite long, but I'm really going to summarize it so that we can get the gist of who he is. He's a retired professor of occupational medicine, holding a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree, a Master's of Medicine in Occupational Medicine, and from the National University of Singapore. He has a PhD from the Atlantic International University, and is a Doctor of Science with an honorary degree from Tufts University. This was in recognition of his service to public health in Africa. And many of you have probably seen him when he was still working with the School of Public Health. He did a lot there, and we appreciate all his work that he's done there. He has a certificate in authentic leadership development from the Harvard Business School. Maybe this also explains his business arm. I will not go into too much detail, but we do know he's a very accomplished entrepreneur and running many businesses which are flourishing. While at the Makerere University, he served as the head of the University Grants and Management Support Unit. For some of you who might not appreciate that, we also have the Research and Innovation Fund, the MACRIF, and he was very instrumental in heading that as well. He was also Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance and Administration, and the Dean School of Public Health, among others. Currently, he's retired, but he's not tired. He's the CEO of Africa One Health University Network. He's the Chief of Party and Director of Resilient Africa Network. I'm sure you're hearing all these terms, those who are in the researchers. And he's the Director, Africa Center for Tobacco Control. He serves on several national committees. He's the chairman of the Business Process Outsourcing and Innovation Council. Again, there are hints about his other side, his business side, and I will not go into those details. And he's also in the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. He's a member of the Board of Trustees of MTN Uganda Foundation. So we have far-reaching, he has far-reaching arms in these organizations. He's chair to the board of Uganda Cancer Institute, and I know Professor Dr. Orem is very proud to be working under him, under his stewardship. And he's a government representative on the Busitama University Council and chair of Uganda National Research Innovation Fund at the Ministry of Science and Technology, Office of the President. His research has been funded by USAID, CDC, Bill and Melinda Gates, to allow professors efficiently responding to community health emergencies. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our Professor Kyalwazi Memeorial Lecture guest speaker. I welcome Professor William Bazeo.
I believe you believe in the same things. My teachers who are here, Professor Maswa and others who may be here, the family of Professor Kyalwazi, I normally do not call people late because people become late when they leave nothing. But if we can remember them, that means they are not late. Surgeons, the president, and your team inviting me. Initially, when I was invited, I said, but I'm not a surgeon. Why should I? I can come and attend. And they said, no, you can come and say something. It's not very common to have people who are, I love cows and I'm a farmer. She didn't say. I'm retired into farming. But maybe you should expand that lecture. And we have a lecture for surgeons where we talk about your retirement. It's not a topic for today, but it's a topic for doctors. You must appreciate that the day you are here is the day you should be planning for retirement. And I've seen doctors, many doctors do not plan for retirement, but they retire, and they retire miserably. So I agree with you, we can have a session, brainstorm on retirement, and I will be available, but not in such a gathering, but in some gathering, and we can talk about retirement. I'd like to thank the surgeons before I start speaking. Surgeons that have been trained in Uganda have made such a great contribution, not only in Uganda, but on this continent. And I want to appreciate you. You hear the president talk about paying scientists. I think there are certain classes of scientists that need special payment, and surgeons are part of that. We have gone through challenging times, which our four surgeons, like Professor Kyalwazi, set a stage for us that during the war, the surgeons have done a great job. During every situation that Uganda has gone through, surgeons have been at the forefront. And I want to thank you for that. Some of you reach the president and talk to him, but I think he needs to know that his army, the people who actually help his army, in the medical fraternity, most of them are surgeons, and they need special recognition. Let me come back to what I was invited to talk about. I was invited to talk about Professor Kyalwazi, and the catchword is resilient. Resilience. This man was and is remembered for his resilience. If there is anybody that has any doubt, then if you go back to the history of our medical profession, you will see that among the many people, among the African doctors that qualified, he's a man who stood and said, cancer is here and it's coming. And all of you, if you have not lost a relative, you have lost a friend to this cancer. So to me, when I read the name Kyalwazi, I see resilience. Many people, when they talk of resilience, they want to talk about the people who are suffering from hunger and so on. But they forget that the well-being of any individual, to make an individual worth living, is actually resilience. Who was Kyalwazi? What I'm saying here is not new to the surgeons. And as she rightly said, many people in this room didn't see him. But some of us had a chance to see him. That's where they say, you wish such a man lived another 50 years. And what would he do to impact this nation? When you talk about the Cancer Institute and what has come out of the Cancer Institute, you are talking about Kyalwazi. A man who thought, I'm not sure, and it is not said, You know, I'm not sure, I don't see any white man here. I always talk about them. Many things came from here. Now, when they go there, they champion them because they are rich. You know, when somebody is richer than you, he tends to overshadow what you have. If Professor Kyalwazi was an American, he would be given those medals posthumously. But in Uganda, he lived, he did what he did, he established the Cancer Institute. When they are giving those medals of Narubari and where is Professor Kyalwazi? Because the family is there. Posthumously, we should honor a man like Professor Kyalwazi. So, you asked me to talk about resilience, institutional resilience. To me, the first institution that I think of resilience is Kyalwazi. He is a full institution. Like it or not, but he was an accomplished, resilient institution. And there are so many definitions. I chose two. One of them, number 2, belongs to me and my network. And we have defined. So there is that recovering from external shocks. Many people do not understand when you have shocks. I don't think this gentleman was very happy to be in the hotel. You sleep in the hotel and you come in late because he had those shocks. Some people feared to pass by the bypass because when it rains, that place becomes another murder place, but also takes the surgeon to theater. The second definition is what we defined when we won $25 million to do resilience work in Africa through the Resilient Africa Network, which I lead. And I will tell you, at that point, when I was writing this proposal, many of you, when you see calls, you say, where is my area of specialty? The proposal I wrote was more of IT and engineering. And my colleagues told me, Bazeyo, this time you have lost. You are getting lost. But that's how I won that $25 million. And we have impacted the whole of Africa, 23 universities in 16 countries. And in this Uganda, we have more than 1,900 innovations, of which about 300 have gone to commercial scale. Some of them are medical, others are in other areas. So we defined our own resilience. Initially, we had a problem with USAID accepting it, saying we use what is in the textbooks. We said we are not textbooks. We are Ugandans, and we have won this money. This is what we want to do for our people. And they accepted it. Now, it is part of the definitions of USAID, Washington, when you talk about resilience. There are some few traits that one finds, traits and markers on institutional resilience. Now, as medical people, when somebody talks about traits, you know. But I tried to make them very simple because I left when people like those abbreviations. And some of those abbreviations are very nice for medical people to know amongst themselves, and keep the other word separate. Prepared. Now, an institution to be resilient, what do you find there? What do they have? They are always prepared for the worst. The Cancer Institute Professor Kyalwazi put in place is always prepared for the worst. And I'm sure Dr. Yem will talk about the Cancer Institute and tell you our story during COVID. People were dying, people were hiding themselves with masks. What did UCI do to make sure that people who had cancer did not die from COVID? Responsible to clients. That institution looks at everybody who comes in and says, we must work at them. Professor Kyalwazi, when he started this, he wanted everybody who had signs and symptoms, not necessarily diagnosed, come in that institute and be diagnosed. Adaptable. Many people don't want to adapt themselves, to adapt in the institutions. They hear there are changes, they say, there's a war in DRC. They are now going to bring us other people who are wounded. No. Adaptation. Collaborative. You find that there is always willingness to collaborate with other institutions, other communities. I am very happy, and I kept talking about surgeons. When I see surgeons go and have those surgical camps, those surgical camps make a lot of difference. And I want to thank you. And I want to thank Dr. Riem. He has those camps in the communities because the people who need the services of a surgeon may not be able to afford. And because of that, you are always there. You collaborate with communities. Trustworthy. How do people trust you? And unless people trust you, then they won't take your service, and then you won't make an impact on them. Organizations tend to recover very easily, like banks and so on. When there's, you have heard what is happening to many economies, but they will come out. But can the health sector become, can the health institution become resilient? Yes. If banks can, why not health? And you have done this and done it before. But it depends on many factors. And for you to be an institution in health and be resilient, you need leadership. You need the governance. People do not know that we have come from very far. When Professor Maswa was DG, I don't know if anybody has written what has happened. Professor Omaswa was DG. That's the time we trained the highest number of public health specialists to man the districts. Because the districts were manned by any doctor that has just finished, and then he's there, he gives a promotion. But Professor Omaswa was so focused that we need people who understand this. And people don't remember this. I was in the School of Public Health. I remember visiting him, and he would tell us, let no district be manned by somebody without an MPH. And we achieved that. I want to thank you, Professor Maswa, for being visionary. Leadership. For Professor Kyalwazi to have led the establishment of the Cancer Institute, he had leadership skills. He didn't have to go to Harvard, Johns Hopkins, but he had those skills. Staffing. What did he do to make sure that UCI was resilient? He made sure that he got in people who are multidisciplinary. For the first time, many people in the medical fraternity were not working with social scientists. He brought them on board to make a complete picture of managing a patient. He brought in researchers. You know, many people talk of innovations these days. Professor Kyalwazi was an innovator. And nobody talked about innovation that time. Now, when it came through the Silicon Valley, people are talking about innovations from America, innovations from China. But innovation started here with Professor Kyalwazi in the medical fraternity. Patient care. If you are an institution of health and you do not look after the patient, I have seen Dr. Riem, and you call him at 8 p.m. he's still there. Patients have not got beds. Patient care. An institution will just die. You build if you build this hotel and you say it is a hospital and it doesn't have this, patients won't come. And it won't be an institution that you can look to. Now, I'll talk about the last one. Of course, there is strategic planning. You must have people to plan with you. Don't plan alone. The executive don't plan alone. The people who are not on the executive, actually, as good as you are, plan with them. The role of innovation and recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, let us learn to recognize ourselves, our friends, our colleagues, when we are still with them. Nobody is going to recognize medical professionals when they are gone. Let us recognize them ourselves. And those people will have examples. You have heard that I am on the board of trustees for MTN. We are recognizing people every day. The difference is that for us, we recognize with some things. I'm not going to, but they are very important also. And when you are organizing such a meetings, I tried to look. I didn't see MTN here because I think you didn't know that we could actually fund the whole conference. But never mind. Next time. With good strategy. These are what are the enabling factors? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to go through this, but you can read about them. The image. What is the image that you leave behind? Why should somebody think that you are resilient? What is the image you leave behind? Ladies and gentlemen, the day you leave this platform of surgeons and nobody can remember you is the worst day in your life. You'll be dead, but it is your worst day. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work on impacting humanity and society, and we remain resilient and useful to our people. Now, there are several opportunities that one needs to tap, and then you are moving towards that. Strategic planning. Don't work with only the people you have. Tap on others, just like you have called me, call engineers. Engineers, call these social scientists. They understand some of these things. Use them in your strategic plan. Use them in your strategic plan. I have friends and I have visited, I can assure you, I have visited institutions. I brought partnerships in Makerere, but I'm still bringing partners here. I think surgeons should warm up because we are going to build a hospital just next to this hotel. I think this side, and the biggest chunk of that hospital is going to be informed by the surgeon fraternity. I have had discussions with Joel, and we are looking at those other specialties that are not here. And people are willing to invest in them for you to have a conducive environment. I feel sad that we do not have as many Mulago hospitals in this country. But in the time I'm still here, we will put one Mulago hospital with those specialties, especially for surgeons here in Entebbe. We have secured the land, the donors have put in their money, and we will have even training for the surgeons here. At least construction will start before the end of this year, God willing. People development, we need to develop people for an institution to be worth an institution. Professor Kyalwazi did his part. Professor Maswa did his part. It is our turn to do that. That's why when we were negotiating, I said we must put in the component for training Ugandans here, because the technology will be left here. Research and research funding. An institution like UCI, if it doesn't do research, it doesn't do a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, my last slide is that I'm coming to. I'm talking about how do we get this money? Is the money available for research? Yes. Can we tap it? Yes. Why haven't we? We have not been focused to it. As he said, surgeon goes to theater. Yeah, you go to theater. Why don't you forget to eat? If you can't forget to eat, don't forget to do research. Because we have a lot of time on ourselves. People say, I don't have time. You have too much time. You have too much time. Now, looking at, if you have been seeing the plant that I put there, it started where Professor Kyalwazi started, UCI. It started on that rock. It was resilient, it grew. Now, it has flowered. I don't know whether you noticed that the plant was growing. Now this is UCI. It has now growing on the rock with hard times, becoming resilient, not challenged by any political affiliations. It has now reached that. Those are the examples that you will see. It was not affected by any. It withered all the political storms. It had no political affiliation, and it treated everybody equally, including these East Africans. By the way, surgeons, if you do not know, I think Dr. Yem may say it, is that we are now treating as far as Nigerians, Ghana, and other countries that you mentioned, they are coming here for treatment. Why? Because this UCI formed and established by Kyalwazi has now made a mark. It is resilient. People know where they can go for good service and treatment. They come all the way here. Now we are now discussing how do we stop them. Should we stop them? So we should not stop them. Now we employ what we have now established as change management and business model, where we are also going to make money. They have made a lot of money from Ugandans. We have an Indian from India who has come from India to get treatment here. So don't think that the other thing is. So if you look at this thing, will not point here, but you can see where we started from. Now we have these state-of-the-art buildings, but we have the state-of-the-art equipment. Is it finished? Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So what are the current gaps? And I'm going to rush through this because you know them. Infrastructure, it is limited. It is still limited. Although the government has put in money, and what do we need to do as surgeons, as people on the ground? We need to lobby and build more infrastructure. And one of the things that we shall have here in Entebbe is one of the cancer units that Dr. Yem may talk about, because we were in a meeting, was it yesterday or the other day, with them to finalize what should come here. The funding is still small. You know, when you hear government say that they have given money, this money is very small. They say 30 billion. 30 billion is only $80 million. Only 8. Just 8. And some people in this room may have 8. Very small. When I tell them, they say, this man is arrogant. But that's the truth. Professionals and specialists, we need to increase their numbers. So we need to lobby and get our people trained in those places. As a center of excellence, we need teaching programs. Ladies and gentlemen, when you are called upon, come and teach. You'll teach your people. But we want those who come from elsewhere to pay for this training. We want to make an impact in the region. And we have so much data. Yesterday, somebody came to me and said, he wants to have a deal with me. I said, very good, I like those deals. So what are you going to do? He said, you have so much data, we want to digitalize it, and then we will use it to make money. I said, thank you very much. How did you know? He said, oh, but I don't know whether you have it digitalized. I said, now, if you don't know whether we have it digitalized, then you don't know what we have. But we have gold mine of data here that we want to use at UCI. I'll give you a university I know where their main income to run the whole university is from data and data mining. Texas A&M. I visited them. They have nothing apart from data. They keep data for other institutions in the region, and they make money. And we are going to make money from that and develop our center. Next slide, please. Research. Some of you know that I love research. But unfortunately, when I was retiring, I said, let me leave research. Now recently, in a few weeks ago, I thought that maybe I should go back in research. I don't know what you think. What do you think? So I'll go back in this way, going back to write proposals. I don't know, and I want to challenge you surgeons. There's a lot of money for research on climatic change. Do you think surgeons can apply for that money? Have you read the RFAs? That's why I told you, when you are reading those RFAs, read them, put yourself in those words. That's why I wrote one of engineering. There is a lot that we can discuss and write on climatic change. Climatic change, its impact on surgeons. Don't you think we can make a correlation? I think we can, somehow. We can. You heard that I'm the chair. We have decided to do things differently. Continue what we have been doing, excel in it, but also bring in the other wing. How do we disseminate what we do? How do Ugandans and the international world know what we do? Because we have been doing and keeping. So we are going out full blast dissemination. You know, when you disseminate, somebody gets to know that, oh, you are working on this, how do I come in? Most of these people who have funds, they look for avenues of coming in to support dissemination. We want to have our own publication. These journals, you see them asking you to submit a paper. Do you think they make money? They do. Where do they put the money? The money is used for development. And this is where we are looking to. We want to create a one-stop source of information on cancer in Africa, not only Uganda, in Africa. And then we want to have these libraries that you people can enjoy, and then develop the IT infrastructure for research. If we have the Cancer Institute and has, say, half of that campus that is there as research, only doing research on cancer, would have made a very big step in our creating a resilient institution that Professor Kyalwazi left with us. Next slide, and I think we are getting to the end. So who are the potential sources of funding? Many times we say that to create an institution you need resources, but we do not know where the resources are. The resources are with us. RFAs and RFPs, the Garukandi and other people, you know them, you have always written. But there are those that we can create here. Teaching programs. You hear somebody goes all the way to Atlanta for a 1-week course on surgery of something in Emory University or something. How much do you pay? Even if the course is 3,000 or 2,000, but the flights and so on, can we do it here and people spend that money here? And you can do it. These days, you know, Many people say that, oh, you know, this weekend I have a wedding, then the other weekend I have a wedding, the other one. Do you have to attend all those weddings? There are thousands of people invited. You are among. You are among them. You attend this one, the other one you are doing research, you are teaching. This course that I did at Harvard, I wish you knew how many people we are and how much we paid. I will not tell you because you'll say that maybe, I don't know. Services to foreign beneficiaries. How can we attract people to come to Uganda and benefit from our services? We must make them up to date. And Dr. Yem will tell you the new machinery and equipment that we have got. Can we attract those people? How will they know that we have them? We must disseminate. We must go to them. We must tell the World Bank that you have not given us a loan to bring these machines. We have got machines from the government. We have trained people. Bring those people and pay for them, and we treat them. Who is treating the people who are wounded in Ukraine? They can fly them here and we treat them. Can't we? Or we can even go and treat them from there. They bring them to Romania, Estonia, and we treat them from there. Recently, as the chairman of BPO, I signed with Romania so that we offer services of Ugandans working in Romania, Estonia, and Ukraine, but working from here. They need us, and they need you as surgeons. Philanthropists. Many people think philanthropists are only in the developed world. We have them here. All you need is, do they understand what you do? They may not give as much as those people, but they will give. Have we tried it? Yes. Have we got some money? Yes. We can try it, and we are going to try it with the UCI, and you'll hear how much. When COVID came, some of you were on the committee with me. Did we decide that we get donations from Uganda? Yes. Did people give donations? Yes. Can we do it for UCI and other surgeons and the surgical places? Yes. We will get resources. We challenge people. And in the morning when I was washing myself, I said, but how much do we as medical people put as a seed so that other people see that we are moving? Can we put a seed? We put a seed ourselves and we say, all of us, anybody who has gone through a medical school, every month or every year, 100,000, then people will now come. Rockefeller Foundation is used to saying, we match your fund 3 times. Can we do it? And we go to them and say, we have this fund. Donors or funders forum. Many of us may not be used to funders forum. Funders forum is when you bring potential funders in a room like this and they sit on different tables. You tell them what you want to do, what you need, what you have, and you say, there you are. So what can you do? They sit in groups and each one, the Baganda say, Kwetema, people say, me I'll give 500,000 every year and so on. People give because others give. People give even in wedding meetings when they call you. People give because others give. I challenge you to read a book called Ask Without Fear. I'll send to you, whom should I send it to? Kakungulu? I can send you 1 copy from my phone. You'll not buy. Then you can tell other people how to buy. It is very cheap, $16. You read it, you'll be different. Gifts and donations. How many people have brought gifts to UCI? How do we entice them? Bring gifts yourselves. I'm going to challenge my people in the MTN, and I say, you know, these Rotarians are always giving gifts. What should we do? Recently, we were trying to give a gift to the Ministry of Health, but I think it has hit a snag because we are so transparent. If you are not very transparent, we have a problem with you. But we shall try and give a gift. And when we do, please follow us. Next and last slide. These are the potential people that you bring in the round, in the table. We have brought some of these. You don't have to have your donors forum in Uganda. We had our donors forum for Africa in Nairobi, and we raised good money. We raised good money. Support the programs that I lead. Can we have donors forum for surgery, for surgeons, for UCI? You know, when you look at our institutions and you say, we do not have a specific hospital, huge, like the whole of this hotel, to find that this is only dealing with something very small. We need to build these institutions. Is there any other slide? Now, this slide is challenge us. Who knows that these institutions actually give out money? They have corporate social responsibility. For us to build our resilient institutions in health, in surgery, these are the people we need to go to. But not go to the breweries because you want a bottle of beer. I don't drink alcohol. But all these, I have seen them give. Can we go to them? Mr. President and your team, these are institutions that I challenge you that we go to. If you want to go with me, I'll go with you. And we look for money. And we build our we build our institutions that will stand the test of time. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause to Professor Bazeyo. I think he's given us a lot of food for thought for today and for our future on being resilient. And it is wonderful to know that he runs the Resilience Africa Network. It is really, I'm now understanding the connection. When I saw that Professor Bazeyo was our Kyalwazi Memeorial lecturer and building resilience, I was kind of still trying to find the link of how Professor Bazeyo gets to speak to surgeons. But I can tell you there are many links. The first link is that he's resilience, and he knows what it means to be resilient. He's showed us how Professor Kyalwazi was resilient. And also, as Professor Kyalwazi being the founder of Uganda Cancer Institute, we now understand the link that Professor Bazeyo has as the chairman of the board of Cancer Institute. And then, of course, all the other members here who are present to attend this Kyalwazi Memeorial Lecture. As is the tradition, we do not expect questions and other issues to come up following the Kyalwazi Memeorial Lecture. All we do is we thank the presenter, and we have an opportunity after here to be able to interact with him and be able to ask him some of those questions that we are not allowing you to ask now. At this juncture, I want to first of all make a formal introduction of our most honored and invited guests. I will start with our leaders in the church, Monsignor Dr. Lawrence Semusu. You will forgive me if I get this wrong, but he's the Episcopal Vicar for Professionals in Kampala Archdiocese, and he's representing the Archbishop Simogerere, who was to be with us. We thank him for sending him such an erstwhile representative. Thank you, Monsignor Semusu, for coming. We then have the chairman of the Uganda Cancer Institute. Many of you have interacted with him. I'm sure our Secretary General has interacted with him even more. And maybe this was some insider trading and dealing. But all the same, we are very, very privileged and honored to host you and to have you joining us. Dr. Jackson Orem, please stand up for recognition. These are all giants in the world of, in the medical fraternity, but most especially in the world of the Cancer Institute and cancer care in Uganda. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Then we also recognize and appreciate the presence of one of our senior surgeons and senior consultants. And if Professor Kyalwazi is the father of surgery, the person I'm going to introduce is our father in the medical world, in the medical board, and for surgeons. And he's always pushing and fighting for doctors' rights, but also for surgeons' rights in the Ministry of Health, and who has been a guide for us as the Uganda Medical Association, Association of Surgeons of Uganda, Professor Francis Omaswa. We are honored to have you here. Thank you very, very much for making it here, and making it here early in the rain and the cold. I have to commend all those who are here early. Mr. President, I'm sorry for your mishaps in the hotel, but we really have to appreciate all those people who have been here, who made it here early in the morning, in spite of all the challenges of the weather and the journey from Kampala. At this moment, I also once again introduce and welcome our leader in the surgical fraternity. She needs no introduction, but again, she has so many portfolios she holds. She's a former past president of Association of Surgeons of Uganda. Currently, she's the president of the College of Surgeons of East, Central, and Southern Africa. She's recently retired, but not tired. I think she's still going. We still want her. She's the chairman of the medical board. She has so many portfolios. I probably have only mentioned just a few, but for many of you, she's a mentor, and she's been a guiding person in the Department of Surgery, in our training, and in the surgical fraternity. Miss Jane Folal Odubu, please. I'm sure many of you have seen what we call the chepes, but these are what she's wearing around her neck. That is the medal that she holds as the president of COSEXA. And those other labels that you see on that medallion are the past presidents of COSEXA. And her medal is also joining that soon. And then I also welcome our senior, our colleague, and a very active and very hardworking, I would say, but also versatile in many ways. He's represented us in many places. He's represented us in Kigali. He's represented us, and he's now back home, and he's carrying out his work as a surgeon, but also as in administration. He's worked in KIU, and now he's currently the Vice Chancellor for Nkozi University, which is Uganda Matters University. Professor Patrick Chamanywa, you're welcome. Yesterday I had, I'll call it the fortune or the misfortune, depending on how you look at it, of having to stand in for him to chair the morning session, and those were very big shoes to fill. You can understand, but I'm glad you're here today, and we are able to interact with you and hear from you. And at this juncture, I would like to now welcome the Executive Director to give us some words of wisdom and insight. Dr. Jackson Orem, you're welcome to speak to all of us.
Good morning. I think I have a slide. I don't know whether it can be mounted. But in the meantime, let me take this opportunity, first of all, to recognize the presence of Monsignor here, and also the presence of our seniors, has already been stated. Professor Maswa, Professor Bazeo, Dr. Jane Foala-Ludubi, all of you in your respective capacity. I'm really quite honored to be here this morning to talk about what I would say really insights from my point of view, as I also recollect the little that I know about Professor Kyalwazi. What I can say is that what Professor Bazeo stated from the beginning, to me, is really something which I've been missing. I've not been seeing quite a lot being said about what Professor Kyalwazi has done for the country. But as the Uganda Cancer Institute, one of the things which has been surprising me most is that not very many people know that actually Professor Kyalwazi was the founder of the Uganda Cancer Institute. And before I can maybe go on to my slide, what I can tell you is that the Uganda Cancer Institute was one of the projects that he wrote together with his colleagues at the time, and they got the backing of the National Cancer Institute of the United States. And just like I would say all of you who are into research would write proposals and get it funded, that is how the Uganda Cancer Institute actually started, and that is how Professor Kyalwazi was so key. He was one of the principal investigators. The thing which surprised me also is that despite the fact that this is one of the few research projects in the University of Makerere that has actually gone full cycle to kind of meet all the targets of what a good research idea is supposed to do, this has not been well recognized. In the first instance, if a research project can actually start from the bench and then move on to producing results that are repeatable by others, and in addition to that, move on to influence policy, and then move on to being established as something which is beneficial to the community. And in the case of the Uganda Cancer Institute, actually it has now gone beyond that. It is now actually an asset for the East Africa community, and I would say for Africa as a whole in the treatment of cancer, following on to what Professor Bazeo has just said. So my question is, when Makerere University was marking 100 years of existence, and we have such an important achievement that has come out of the university and out of the Department of Surgery, and it was never mentioned among the achievement of the university. To me, that was an oversight, and I would want you as surgeons to kind of bring this up so that one of your own who has done so much for humanity can actually be recognized. That is just my statement. But I decided that in the light of what Professor Kyalwazi would have done, I should also look at my presentation from that perspective of a more global picture, and I'll look at how we can build modern cancer care service in Africa. And we take the Uganda Cancer Institute as an example. I don't have any disclosure to make. I've already made a disclosure by stating that actually the Uganda Cancer Institute would not be there without Professor Kyalwazi. But the other disclosure that I can make is that the Uganda Cancer Institute actually came from the Department of Surgery at Makerere University. Don't ask me any question why the surgeons are a bit detached from what should actually naturally be theirs. So the overview of my presentation is going to be just to look at cancer as a subject which needed and had started with research way back in Africa from the Egyptian times. And then the other point which I would actually want to make is that from Makerere University still, and also from the Department of Surgery, we had also some very, very luminous surgeons like Dennis Bucket, who described Bucket's lymphoma. And then eventually, actually out of that, there were so many other innovations that came up that influenced also research in the wider Africa. From Bucket's discovery of Bucket's lymphoma, then there was also the discovery of what really makes this disease to come about. That is the translocation T814, which actually was discovered from University of Ibadan, again in Africa. So that means that actually from Africa, so many great things which has influenced science globally have been coming. And from our own university, from Uganda, among the surgeons, the pioneers actually were there. And the fact that such great things can actually be innovated from Africa meant that we should not look at the outcomes or the great things that are now happening in the scientific world, especially in the cancer area, as being divorced from the benefit that should actually be accruing to our own population in Africa. So what I'm trying to say here is that there is need for us to go back and look at what research can actually be done following the steps of our ancestors, including, of course, Professor Kyalwazi. So we need to kind of think of addressing the challenge of care and the role that research can actually play in as far as our community is concerned. And cancer is one good area which can actually lead in this. As far as the problem is concerned, the problem of cancer is huge in Africa. As you can see, we have actually about 30% increase in cancer burden in the past 20 years in the continent. That means that actually cancer is one of the biggest problems that we are facing in as far as the continent is concerned. So my challenge would be that as surgeons and as scientists as a whole, this is an area where we need actually to put a lot of our emphasis. And of course, the biggest problem is that we do not give enough emphasis in this area. And in this case, actually, there is need for us in interacting with leadership, interacting with the Ministry of Health, etc. We need to bring this to their attention, that this is actually a problem, and you as surgeons, ourselves as scientists, we need to make sure that this is heard loud and clear. So what are the real factors that are fueling the cancer burden in Africa? Because these are questions that will be asked the moment you bring a problem out. Number one, of course, our population is increasing. Our life expectancy is actually growing for many reasons. And then, of course, access to drugs, restricted support, including blood transfusion, for instance. And then, of course, availability of palliative services, etc., etc. So there is a big problem, which actually we call the care equity gap, which we need also to understand. It takes about 20 years for a new discovery to kind of be translated into care. Something which is now routine in the developed world takes about 20 years to come to Africa. And what is the reason for this? In most cases, actually, the reason for this is my bullet number 2, which is mainly because of the lack of prioritization of our government for especially cancer area and the non-communicable diseases in particular. And then, of course, there is always the assumption, and I think most of you can identify to this, that, you know, we assume that evolution of a ready-made solution is there, and it is outside somewhere, and it is going to be brought and then grafted into our system, which is actually not the case. And I think if we have that mindset, that means actually we are perpetuating the fact that we are not good enough for the new innovations, for the scientific care which other parts of the world are accessing. And that is the reason why our population get this in their mind, that you cannot get proper care here. You can only get it when you go outside of the country. So this mindset can be changed by us. And I think being here in this conference, to me, is a very good opportunity for me to actually say, yes, we need to actually do something differently. And I'm very sure this is the kind of mindset that Professor Kyalwazi had. And that is why he decided to kind of come up with the projects which eventually lead to the things which we are talking about. Now, this question actually came up at the reign of one of the past directors of the National Cancer Institute of the United States. And that was about, actually, I think, about 2014, 2015. And that was at the height of what we call now the soft power diplomacy. So he was asked to find out, is there any model that can be used as a way of seeing whether research that are done in developing countries can actually be used globally. So he actually chose 2 institutions. One of the institutions he chose was the Uganda Cancer Institute, and then the other one was the malaria project in Mali. And when he studied it, he came up with some of the recommendations that actually I'm going to show you next. If you look at the panel in the middle, that is the B, these are some of the factors that actually he discovered. He discovered that there is need for leadership from within the local community, and then there is also need for collaboration, and then there is also need for support in diplomacy. And all this cannot work without a proper support from the government of the time. And I think these are the factors that actually, if you look at the Uganda Cancer Institute, the success that the Uganda Cancer Institute has enjoyed is actually coming out of this. And then, of course, this is just to show you that the sustained growth of the Uganda Cancer Institute can actually be summarized in this slide that I've said. And for some of you who would want to know details about it, there's just a book that has come up out of this called Africanizing Oncology. It has details of how the Uganda Cancer Institute has come to be what it is, and I think that is the point that Professor Bazeo was trying to belabor. And then, of course, this model has also been adopted by a few other institutions in Africa, the National Cancer Institute of Egypt, and then the Ocean Road Cancer Institute in Tanzania, and recently the Cancer Diseases Hospital in Zambia. So we have here a model that can actually be taken and globalized. And especially in Africa, I think the model that we have here, the Uganda Cancer Institute, which is resilient, can actually be applied. And then, of course, these are the overall potential benefit of clinical research to oncology care in Africa. Actually, the 3 important points here. Number 1 is strengthening the diagnostic capacity. I think this is very important, especially in the case of cancer. And then, of course, improvement in treatment, and then health promotion, looking at cancer from what I would call an holistic point of view. That is what we call the cancer control program. Of course, I should also state here that this can set a platform for the future. And in this case, we are now in the era of what we call personalized medicine. And this can only happen if we have very, very strong research background or research platform that we can actually use for this. And then Professor Bazeo has already stated for us, we are in the era where we are going to be using data for solving most of our problems. You have heard about big data, data mining, and all that kind of thing. These are the kind of things that we should be thinking about. I know, with all due respect, the surgeons respect the knife, and they really adore it. But I think from the knife, we need now to remove to research, and we need to begin looking at issues like using data. How can we, from the theater, the information that we have gathered, how can we use this in order to actually inform what we do and to inform the care of our community? So I think that is really a big challenge that I would want to leave with you. Of course, sorry. So to just summarize, if you are going to forget everything that I've said, I would want to conclude this way by just saying, number one, that we should look at research as having actually evolved from us here in Africa, given the fact that in as far as cancer is concerned, there is evidence that actually cancer research has actually evolved from Africa, and we have had luminaries like Professor Kyalwazi, Dennis Buckets, and all that kind of thing that we can look to. So that is a very important point, and it's number one. And then, of course, number two is that despite this contribution, we should not forget that we are disadvantaged, just like Professor Bazeo has just said. Everyone else would want us to think that we cannot do it, that we are not actually part of that evolution, part of that movement that research is driving. And that has a disadvantage in the sense that our patients are not going to benefit from the value that is being gained from research. And then, of course, this can be used to guide our inspired care from the research. An example of that is the Uganda Cancer Institute. And then, of course, there is need for us to commit our government to make sure that actually they look at the resources that we do have, the people that we do have, the surgeons, the scientists, as being resources that they actually need to put,
Dr. Orem, for that wonderful insight about the Cancer Institute and the various ways surgeons can come out of our dungeons and out into the public world and get things moving. I wish to also recognize the presence of our senior surgeons and other fathers in surgery, most especially Professor Kakande. You're welcome. We are so glad to see you here. You've been away for a while, but we are very, very, very appreciative to God for having enabled you to be able to be here with us today. We thank. I also want to recognize another senior who is a former president of COSEXA ASEA, and also another father of surgery and surgical training in Uganda. And also, selfishly, he's my father through culture. I will not say how, but we want to welcome Mr. Frederick Mutiava. Thank you very much. We really appreciate our seniors being here. They've never missed any of these functions and also activities. We really commend you for continuing to remain active and present and giving us guidance as we continue to steer each other and go through and work in the surgical fraternity. At this moment, we are not going to have the tea break as was mentioned earlier in the program, but we'll go ahead to continue with the rest of the talks because of the time restrictions. I will now welcome Professor Francis Omaswa, who is going to be coming to give us some insight. He has many roles that he plays and many hats that he's holding, but he's coming in as the president of the Rotary Club of Kampala, and probably will also get some insight from what it means to work with the community. Professor Omaswa, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Dr. Olivia. Monsignor Semusu, representing the Archbishop of Kampala, the President of the Association of Surgeons, Frank Simwe, Professor Bazeo, and Dr. Orem, the co-guest lecturers, the president of COSEXA, I should recognize you also, Jane, and of course all of you, my colleagues, the surgeons who are here. First, I congratulate ASO for continuing to be resilient and for keeping our standards where they are. This Kyalwazi Memorial Lecture, and I'll be addressing the family in a moment. The presentations, the two presentations which have just taken place are very, very high standard. Very high standard. And this is where we want to be. I also Musoke, Latima Musoke, Bulwa, those were the first people to get these UK higher degrees. They were all very, very smart people, including their cars. They had Mercedes-Benz cars, which were washed, I don't know, twice a day or what. I don't know. You just looked at them, say, when I grow up, I really want to be like these people. And so, family of Kyalwazi, when he was elected honorary fellow of the Association of Surgeons of East Africa, he chose me to read his citation, the presentation to, before he was given the award. And he invited me to his home in Makerere, just behind the main gate of Makerere. That house is there. I also, and Professor Kakande, tried to move into that house after Professor Kyalwazi died, but those people refused. We wanted that house to remain as the surgeon's house. So at his house, he was very warm and also very simple. With his wife, they served tea, and then he told me so much about his own upbringing as a surgeon, that he was sent to the UK by a scholarship from the Buganda government to train as a thoracic surgeon. But when he reached there, the people who were supposed to train him said, but first you must become a surgeon. You can't just become a thoracic surgeon, which is a post-surgical training. Then he took the initiative now to become a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh, which he succeeded in doing, being the very first East African to achieve that honor. So what did he tell me about his upbringing, apart from that he went to become a thoracic surgeon? The one important thing he told me was that the head of department was called McAdam, Ian McAdam, who is quite a story by himself. He supported Professor Kyalwazi in his training. There was a fear that being a colonial white person, he might have been sort of obstructive and what, but Kyalwazi himself told me that McAdam was very supportive for him to do his postgraduate training to become a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons, and many other things. And when the time came, after I finished my M.Med under his leadership, he supported me to go and train in the UK as a cardiothoracic surgeon myself. So you go and take over what I stopped, what I was not, what I didn't do. Of course, that one about Fan Ntende, that was the first African to become district governor of Rotary. I will talk about it later. Then I went away to do my cardiothoracic training. 13 years I was away from Mulago for various reasons. You know, those days things were not very easy. Even when you finish your training, Amin was here, what. Anyway, eventually I came back to Makerere when he was the head of department and supported my appointment into the department, and welcomed me, and really he was, I think, no longer the head of department. It was now John Sully who was head of department when I came back. But Kyalwazi was always there as a great supporter. So that's my Kyalwazi, a smart person, a great person. He really, someone whom I owe so much, and I regard him as a friend. Next slide, please. So let's now talk about Kyalwazi the Rotarian. As you were told, I'm currently the president of the Rotary Club of Kampala, and then Frank told me that I will speak because he was president of the Rotary Club of Kampala. I found out that he was not in the Rotary Club of Kampala, but he was a Rotarian in the Rotary Club of Kampala West, where he was a president in 1979. So I got details from Peter Mulira. He's one of the prominent lawyers in this country who was introduced to Rotary by Professor Kyalwazi, and he spoke to me even this morning that he thinks Kyalwazi joined Rotary around 1974 and became president in 1979. And what he remembers about him as the Rotarian then was about his attendance. They mark you in every month. They count how many times. It's a weekly Rotary meetings. They count how many times you have attended the meeting at the end of the month. And Kyalwazi was always 100% attender, despite being a very busy person. He was, of course, smart. I've told you about that. But he kept time also. Keeping time is very, very important everywhere. And he had time for everybody. This gentleman who was talking to me, Peter Mulira, he told me his child was sick, and someone else told him, oh, he will be seen by Kyalwazi. And he invited him and the child to his house, that same house I told you about. And the child got support. Kyalwazi didn't treat the child himself, but handed them over to another doctor, and so on. So he was surprised by the simplicity and approachability of Kyalwazi, the Rotarian. So let's talk a little bit more about Rotary. What is Rotary? So that is what they say Rotary is about. There's this slide. There's also another slide about the four-way test. The four-way test of Rotary, they are all about the same thing. Rotary started around 1905 in Chicago. I see the guest lecturer is a lion. And they all started in the same city in America, in Chicago, almost a competition between the Rotarians and the Lions, but they do about the same thing. So these are the principles on which Rotary operates. You ask yourself these questions about everything that you set about doing. Is it the truth? Is this really true? Is it fair to all the people who are concerned? Is it going to build better friendships among people? Will it benefit all those who are concerned? So the Rotarian Kyalwazi was ready-made, because these are the characters of the Kyalwazi that I knew without knowing that he was a Rotarian. And it must have been very easy for him to be attracted to Rotary, because Rotary was an opportunity for him to live the life that he already was living in other circumstances. This is my conclusion, and I thought, really thinking about this, what would be my message? Let's emulate Kyalwazi. This country, and generally the world as such, needs new and more people like Kyalwazi. Morals are under threat. Integrity is under threat. Standards are under threat. And who is going to fix this? My friends, it has to be us. It has to be you. During the references to me in some this morning, there is something like they have done their part. He has done his part. I believe I have done my part. I'm no longer really an active pursuant of an institution. Even Archest, which I launched when I left public service, I've handed over leadership of Archest also now to Dr. David Okello and Elsie Kiguli Malwade, but I'm still there contributing as needed. So it has to be us, each one of us, convincing ourselves on this one by one, like you join a church or a religion or whatever it is. You have to commit to this yourself, especially you, the younger people. You have to do this. It is not easy, but it can be done. It can be done. And I say at the end, emulate the legacy of Association of Surgeons of East Africa. These are the people who brought us up, there was very, very, very strict discipline among the Association of Surgeons of East Africa. They didn't tolerate corrupt people among them, inefficient people among them. You would not rise in that group if you were not an integrated person. Also, they cared for the public, what you call common good. it was the surgeons who started the M-Med program, for example. Professor Makadam, Kyalwazi, and another one who passed away recently, and you can't believe it. I got a letter from the post office yesterday, written by Dr. John Craven, just before he died. But he died in January, the letter arrived yesterday. Those are the type of people who brought us up, no-nonsense attitude, a common good, doing things for all of us, not doing things just for yourself. And if we are able to do this, and we learned from them, we've done our part. When it was time to start the College of Surgeons of East Central and Southern Africa, Professor Kakande and I were the people who led that mission. We saw that the Mulagos, the Kenyatta National Hospitals, the Muhimbilis, and the one in Zambia, which were the university teaching hospitals, were not going to provide the country with the surgeons that they needed. And we started to campaign for this. It took almost 10 years to get the COSEXA launched, negotiating, and the expatriate surgeons from other countries were fighting it and so on. But we were resilient and were able eventually to get the governments to adopt the idea, and then eventually also to make sure that the course started and performed, so that today COSEXA, led by Jane, is the largest surgical training college in the whole of Africa. So my message here is this one. If it is not by us, then by whom? I appeal to you, the younger people here. If you see that something needs to be done, try and persuade others to join. But even if they don't join, fold up your sleeves and start doing. Other people, if what you are trying to do is relevant, will come and join you sooner or later. So, I conclude now by really an appeal to you, the young people. We've done our part. The new leaders now, it's interesting. We are doing a program for deans of medical schools on improving health professionals' education in the country and in the region also. And lo and behold, the people whom I find leading, Makerere, for example, are classmates of my children. And I see people like Olivia here. Her mother is even younger than me. So we've done our part, but we are here at your service. And we appeal to you, please take this country forward, take this profession forward. And you are able to do it. You are able, you are demonstrating that you are able to do it. And gather others around you. We were told to bring engineers, social scientists, and so on. Let them see how we work. And I am sure the raw materials are there. I also participate with the people in the Uganda Heart Association. When I attend their meetings, I feel very uplifted. The quality of presentations, the work they are doing, and so on. That group is also doing very well. So I'm sure that Uganda is in good hands with you people, provided that you stick to these principles. And I thank you and the opportunity of Kyalwazi, who set the example for us. And every year, we will be renewing our commitment through these Kyalwazi Memorial lectures. And to the family of Kyalwazi, please come and be with us, because as you have heard me say, what your relative did is become what pushes all of us forward, all the country forward. Keep coming to our events, because the results, as I have told you, are so important for the whole country. And I thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Maswa, for those words of wisdom. And thank you again for always being available to us and offering your guidance in the surgical fraternity. At this moment, I think we've been standing for very long. I would request everybody to just stand up. Sorry, sitting. Can easily stand up. And we make a stretch. We do not want to get clots here. Even if Professor Maswa is here, he has already told you that he's retired from that area, but I know he's left a lot of erstwhile other surgeons here. So we can put our hands up, right up to the sky. Stand on your tiptoes. Hold for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and down. You can have a seat. I don't think I'll make a good gym instructor, but maybe in the next life I can do that. So as we reach to the sky, we are also reaching to our Father in heaven. And we also, at this point, appreciate that we have our spirituality. Our spirituality, for all of you here, we have different things we look to. Some are Christian, some are Muslim. At this point, we would appreciate that we have our leader in our faith. One of our leaders, Monsignor Semusu. You're not here by accident. We appreciated that Professor Charles was a very staunch Catholic, and that faith also helped him also build his work and directed him in his practice. And all of you, many of you know that that spiritual side is also very important in helping us as we work every day, as we care for people, and appreciate that a human being is not just the physical, but also the spiritual and the soul. And we want to welcome you, Monsignor Semusu, to give us a few words and to uplift us. It does not matter whether you're Christian or Muslim, but the words that I'm sure you'll give will be talking to all of us as individuals. Father, Monsignor Semusu, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not here in my own right. I'm here to deliver the speech of His Grace, the Most Reverend Paul Semogerere, Archbishop of Kampala, at this memorial lecture to remember and honor Professor Sebastian K. Kyalwazi. Today, March the 31st, at this Hotel Protea in Entebbe. The speech goes. I was happy and felt honored when I received the invitation to address this august assembly from Dr. Asimwe Frank, the President, Association of Surgeons of Uganda. As you remember, one of the gallant sons of Uganda, the late Sebastian K. Kyalwazi. Thank you very much for this first invitation to me as Archbishop of Kampala. I'm sorry that I cannot be physically present with you on this very important occasion due to other commitments. But I have sent Monsignor Dr. Lawrence Semusu, my Episcopal Vicar for Professionals, and chaplain of Makerere University Business School, to deliver my speech. Professor Sebastian Kyalwazi's position in the history of Uganda and in the medical field is undisputed. Your circles describe Professor Kyalwazi as the greatest surgeon Uganda has ever had, the father of surgery in Uganda. He left a legacy of many firsts. Professor Kyalwazi was the first East African to qualify as a surgeon. He was head of the surgery department at Makerere University Medical School. He founded the Cancer Institute. In 1967, he was a World Health Organization scholar in the former Czechoslovakia Cancer Institute, where he explored more in the field of oncology. He was elected the first African to the presidency of the Association of Surgeons of East Africa in 1968. He was Pope Paul VI surgeon when he visited Uganda in 1969. He was awarded the Order of St. Gregory by the Vatican for his service. As you know very well, Pope Paul VI was the first pope ever to visit our country. He treated cancer patients, but unfortunately, he too was killed by cancer. I want to join the many people who have praised Professor Kyalwazi as a man in a category of very few select professionals. I also want to praise the Fraternity of Surgeons, the Association of Surgeons of Uganda, for the tremendous work you are doing to carry on the noble service of great people like Professor Kyalwazi. I'm not alone in this. Prince Kakungulu Edward, could he be the present General Secretary? In a speech at one of these memorial lectures in 2016 said, "The Surgeons Fraternity in Uganda is endowed with some of the great minds, indubitable men and women who have taken on the Herculean task of shaping the education of health professionals and the health care system in Uganda, but also in East Africa as well. Thank you for this noble work in your profession and for the good health of humanity." The proposed topic you sent me was resource mobilization, building resilient institutions. The time allotted me does not allow me to speak on very many topics. Allow me to address you on this one word: resilience. Building resilient institutions can only be done by resilient people. When we look at the life's work of the man we have come to honor today, Professor Kyalwazi, when we look at how he rose through the ranks to be at the top in his academic journey and profession, we cannot but praise the resilience of this great surgeon, one of you has named as the greatest surgeon in Uganda. Professor was resilient. I would like to understand resilience as the process of being able to adapt and adapt well and bounce back quickly in times of stress. This stress may manifest as family, relationship, problems, serious health problems, problems in the workplace, or even financial problems, to name just a few. Our life presents so many challenges. Some people call them problems. Issues we struggle with left and right in order to make a headway. Great men and women like Professor Kyalwazi, people we admire and hunger to emulate, are those who were resilient. The challenge, the problems did not deter them from progressing forward. The Kyalwazis are shining examples that despite or in spite the odds, one can paddle through to success and victory. Today we need to put the Kyalwazis on the pedestal to encourage those who are being led to desperation that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. Our people are going through a lot these days. There is trauma, tragedies, threats in many families, neighborhoods, and workplaces. Scholars like Connor and Davidson tell us that resilient people of the caliber of Professor Kyalwazi have traits, qualities, and characteristics. These people view change as a challenge or as an opportunity. Professor left his country for a foreign land, England, and that he was there and he found this as an opportunity to excel and make a difference in his life and, as we have seen, in the lives of many people. Resilient people are committed people. We look for committed Ugandans, committed surgeons, committed professionals today, like Professor Kyalwazi was. Resilient people engage the support of others. You know the list of cooperations Professor Kyalwazi had, and to what extent he worked with others to achieve common goals. We are energized to see people with a mission, people with personal or collective goals, people who know where they are going. Professor Kyalwazi was definitely this resilient person who felt he had a mission to accomplish, and he went out to realize it. Resilient people are action-oriented. Professor Kyalwazi's profession as a surgeon and his work with cancer patients portray a man who was charged with action. Patience and tolerance of negative affect are some of the characteristics of a resilient person. I think Professor Kyalwazi had them too, for he could not have reached where he reached unless he was patient and tolerant. Adaptability to change is one of the traits of resilient people. Professor Kyalwazi could not survive and thrive in the many coats he put on without adapting to the many challenges of his time, of his profession. Some talk of Professor Kyalwazi as an optimist, but that could be one's observation. But we cannot deny the tremendous faith he had as a Catholic. In our Uganda, in our professions, in the church, in our places of worship, in the families, in your association of surgeons, and in life, we have and battle many challenges. As we celebrate this great man, the greatest surgeon of all time of our country, Uganda, let us emulate what he did and stood for. He went through a lot to reach where he did. He was resilient till the very end when he succumbed to cancer. He has left us an admirable legacy worth emulating. As we come to the close of this memorial lecture and depart, we could ponder on the question, what will be my legacy? And I mean legacy in all aspects of my life's engagements. Legacy in my home, as a dad, as a husband, as a mother or a wife, or as a son or a daughter, and so on and so forth. Legacy in my profession, legacy in my village, legacy in my clan, legacy at my place of worship, legacy in my beloved country, Uganda. I want to thank all those who have organized this memorial lecture and all of you who have participated in it today. May we all have a package to take with us back home for our personal life and improvement, and a package for others with whom we journey in life. May the loving and merciful God we love and serve bless you all.
Thank you very much, Monsignor Semusu. I think your last words, which are the words of the Archbishop, it's as if he was here. Today, this morning, with the Kyalwazi Memeorial Lecture, we've had a resilience package. And the package is giving us the nitty-gritty of resilience, and the package includes our spiritual aspects and what legacy we leave behind, not only at our work, but in our families, and in our communities and in the society. And that is what Professor Kyalwazi was. He's left a legacy in so many ways. I selfishly want to, many of you now probably have got an idea and a lot more insight on who Professor Kyalwazi was. And we thank the family again for always being here to help us remember and to celebrate the late Professor Kyalwazi. Professor Kyalwazi, I think, passed on, I may stand to be corrected, to cancer of the pancreas. And I have to speak because I'm a hepatobiliary surgeon. In simple terms, we deal with surgery of the liver, pancreas, and the biliary system. And to date, there's been a lot that has developed, and there's so much more that has improved in the care of patients with cancer of the pancreas. It is a pity that Professor Kyalwazi was not able to benefit from what we are now able to do, but the legacy is that we are now able to do that through him, and hopefully we'll be able to save others who will also be able to leave a legacy like Professor Kyalwazi did. Thank you very much, all of you. And at this point, that was just my point of trying to associate myself even closer to Professor Kyalwazi. And we now wish to hear from the family. Many of them introduced themselves earlier. There are some other members who joined us later. But we are going to get a vote of thanks from one of the members of the family. And I welcome Ms. Fiona Bishanga and Mr. Dennis Lukaya, who will be coming to give a vote of thanks and speak on behalf of the Professor Kyalwazi family. Please welcome them with a mighty hand clap.
Good afternoon to you all. It is a pleasure that once again we stand here before you to remember the legacy, the life of a gentle giant. Professor Kyalwazi, Mr. Kyalwazi, is a symbol of hope. He was a dealer in hope. He gave us the deal that we now are looking at. The family greatly appreciates this important opportunity every time the surgeons meet. The president of the Association of Surgeons of Uganda, Dr. Frank Asimwe, the chief guests, Reverend Monsignor Semusu, representing His Grace the Archbishop, the esteemed professors and eminent people, surgeons, ladies and gentlemen here present, we want to deeply thank you for believing that Professor Kyalwazi deserves this kind of recognition. G.K. Chesterton, a writer from the UK, said that gratitude is the highest form of thought. To think about Professor Kyalwazi the way you have done over the years is no mean feat. If I was the Monsignor, I would say, you guys are going to heaven. Because I believe the sacrifice has been total. Total. And in a special way, I want to thank Fiona Bishanga, before I ask her to speak, for ensuring that the Association of Surgeons of Uganda has a direct link to the family. She has kept this link. She's picked all of us and said, ebintu bya jjajja tuyina okubiteekamu amaanyi. Fiona, I am going to ask you to speak, and probably I can say a bit more. Let's do the introductions, and thank you for being a special granddaughter.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. Thank you so much on behalf of our family. I want to introduce some of the family members that are here. I won't mention each by name because of time, but they can stand up and maybe wave, including Dr. Sekabira. You can stand up and wave. Yes, and Mrs. Kawalia at the back. Thank you so much for making the time. Some couldn't make it, but they are on Zoom and following the proceedings. I guess Mr. Lukaya will, we came up with, it's not a presentation. We just want to speak about Professor Kyalwazi as the man, not as a surgeon. So many have come and spoken about his, accolades and all that he did for the medical fraternity. I'm sure many of you do not know the personal bits. So we came up with them, and Mr. Lukaya here will share and we'll summarize. We'll be quick, but it's interesting for you to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Kyalwazi, as we all know, born 1919. 1919 is a very interesting year in the world. It's also the year that we had the big Spanish flu. We had the introduction of new foods in Uganda. We also, in that year, know that the Treaty of Versailles was signed ending the First World War. That is Professor Kyalwazi. 19 years to the end of the, within the 20th century was Professor Kyalwazi's birth. I want to confirm, Professor Maswa, you have spoken about the Mercedes-Benz. That Mercedes-Benz, in reality, was a W123 230 CE, cream in color. UWL 774. It still moves as a colossus on the roads of Kampala. Maybe one of these days when we want some vintage for the surgeons, we hope in the glove compartment there could be a forceps or something still there. We will want to show that to you. We know that Professor Kyalwazi was also very, very smart. Tailor-made suits. When he went out for sports, he did cricket, swimming, tennis, and occasionally football. In 1988, when he started feeling unwell, a diagnosis was made, and at this juncture, I want to warmly recognize Professor Kakande. Professor Kakande, as a personal friend of Professor Kyalwazi, stood with him in this journey. And everybody knows that was there then that every travel document and everything, passports, Professor Kakande. So Professor Kyalwazi was hospitalized at the St. Mary's Hospital in the UK. He went on, got his chemotherapy, got surgery, got treatment. And in October 1988, he returned home after a stint of treatment. But life was never the same again. So he stayed on, going back and forth. And his principal caregiver was his dear wife, Mama Mildred Leah Kyalwazi Babirie Omulongo. 1991, about October again, Professor needed to go back to London, to St. Mary's. This time he said, "Mama, you are not coming with me. Please stay home." I also want to confirm what Professor Maswa has said. The house is on the Mosque Hill Road. That house was legendary. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor, born 1991, 1919, served. Dies or gets a lot of trouble 1992, 25th January, when he passes on. Monsignor Semsu talked about the Order of St. Gregory. It is cited as the Order of St. Gregory the Great. So Professor Kyalwazi was a knight in the Holy See, in the Catholic Church. If he were in Britain, he would be called Sir Kyalwazi. And there are 5 honors of that nature. The particular honor he got is that honor given to a Catholic or even a non-Catholic that uses their labor to do extraordinary and exceptional good work for community and humanity. So when the Pope visited 1969, he was chief surgeon, everything. And you know, Dr. Luen also told us he was part of the team. They did very good work. And when the Pope went back, he had a small notebook and he saw Professor Kyalwazi's name and said, this man, this honor is really his. So he was knighted. When Professor passes on in the UK, at about 7 a.m. in the morning of the 25th, about there, 26th January 1992, the Archbishop of Kampala, His Eminence Cardinal Wamala, came to the home slightly before 7 a.m. in Makerere. And Jaja Mildred didn't know what was it. I mean, if the bishop comes to your home in the morning, probably they have decided Mass will be celebrated there. But it was to announce the passing of Professor. As a knight within the Catholic Church, that honor was given to him who breaks the news to the family. And it was a very touching moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor's home in Machindye existed, furnished. He never occupied that home. Even when he passed on, he was still living in Makerere. He was a servant of the nation, of the people. Exactly what Professor Maswa, Professor Kakande are doing. Resilience. When we have what is in our bones to take us an extra day, the service in us will come out. And we will give it without measure. There is money. But money is simply what you count and take to a bank if you can. The purpose of life is to use the skills to make a difference. And Professor Maswa has challenged us that much. Professor Bazeyo has spoken that much. Dr. Oriem, I agree with you that some things have not been done. And I know Professor Akande is aware that when Professor passed on, and we indeed thank the state, the country was with the family, His Excellency came home, Professor was given a state funeral. Very powerful, very powerful. They promised before Jaja passed on, Mama Mildred in 2012, that's about 20 years after Professor had passed on, that there will be a road named after Professor Kyalwazi. Recently, when Google mapped Kampala and Uganda, we have been searching in Google Professor Kyalwazi Road. Professor Kyalwazi Road. And you can imagine the Chinese Google woman, Professor Kyalwazi Road. We are waiting for our road. And we hope that in our lifetime, the Mercedes will stroll on that road. We beg all those who can reach, those that can give us our road. Professor needs to be the eternity of him immortalized. It is true, not much has been written, but I can tell you, Fiona charged me to put together information. We have tons of information. And I talked with Fiona and said, we need to do more work with the Association of Surgeons so that we provide more information. Last night, Fiona was looking through some documents and we got some photos. We thought we could breathe some life with some new photos. When you go to Google, you tend to get the same photo. But Professor was a fashionista. Please, if those photos could, oh, they've been showing? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So really, Professor was meticulous. He was a wonderful man. He was neat, and he believed in serving the nation. He had a farm. He used to farm. Professor never ate food out of home. He always came home for lunch. He never forgot to eat. Today, the surgeons forget to eat. Imagine the times of Professor Kyalwazi, 0 smart hospital. But he found time to eat. Please eat. Eat. Stay well and stay blessed. We want to once again thank you very, very much for allowing the family to be present and honoring the legacy of Professor Kyalwazi. We all know that last year, team was in Mbarara. We visited the burial grounds in Mpigi, and his dear wife is also laid there. 6 of his children were given to him by God. 3 are living abroad. There are several of them, grandchildren. And the legacy still lives on. I thank you deeply, and we pray that we will continue working with you. And Professor Kyalwazi is indeed a man with an empirical legacy, a legacy that depicts resilience according to the true gospel of Professor Bazeyo. I thank you very, very much, and thank all the relatives who have made it. Thank you for being here, and that we will continue to be. Yes, let Fiona summarize by reading a tribute from Dr. Adam Kimala. He really said that if Professor was alive, there is no way we could say no to his request. And who are we to even imagine that we can think of saying no?
I have a few. I'll read them very fast. This is from Dr. Adam Chimala. Professor Kyalwazi, a great teacher, a father, founder of surgery in Uganda medical sphere. He loved his job and his students so much. He took me as his real son. We used to fly to Kenya together to send help to his children. I visited all his places where he had property. He wanted me to accompany him to hospital in London, but they wanted only one person. He conferred in me so much that his wife thought I was his son. She told me that she was expecting the news that I was his son, who was not revealed to her. She only discovered the truth after his demise. She apologized to me to think that way. From that day, she also decided to call me her son. This is how I was in that family. I miss him so much. God bless him. This one is from Dr. Edward Tamale Sali, Director, Women's Hospital. Professor Kyalwazi was a friend and my mentor. I first met him in 3rd year as a medical student in 1972 during a surgical ward round when he was talking about penile and liver cancer, of which he was an expert. He had a great passion to his surgical patients and a great teacher. This motivated me so much to do a medical fellowship in the UK, where he did his postgraduate. What fascinated me is that he was the first surgeon in East Africa to get the British FRCS qualification. I also noted that he was smartly dressed and his Mercedes-Benz was immaculate. I think he had the best clean car in town during his time. He also took me to his cattle farm in Busukuma, Gayaza, and I visited his home near the mosque. He was a God-fearing man and in turn motivated me to keep my faith in God. In 1980, when he visited London, he called me and my wife and we took the London black cab and we dined together. He loved his son Edward and he kept talking about him, similar name like mine. We shall always remember him. May the Lord bless all of you. I want to thank his grandchild, me, Fiona, who has become a family friend and invited me to write this message. The last is from Father Dungu chaplain, Makerere University. Give me a minute. I kept to know Professor Kyalwazi from Busukuma, Namulonge, where he had a farm. We used to work on his farm in the banana plantation and flower gardens to get some pocket money. Every weekend, Professor Kyalwazi and his wife would come in the army green pickup or Mercedes-Benz to visit their farm. We always look forward to their visit because it was payday for us. He loved us so much, he paid my first school fees in Nyenga Seminary, a total of 500 shillings in 1981. He was such a committed and dedicated man to his profession, very kind indeed. His priority was never the money, but the testament and healing of his patients. As privileged and humbled to represent his family to receive the posthumous award at Nkozi University in 2008, a university he envisioned. Indeed, his legacy should forever be cherished and celebrated. God rest his soul. Reverend Father Joseph Adungu, Chaplain, St. Augustine Chapel, Makerere University. Thank you so much. No, it's fine. I think you conclude.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and may God bless us, and may we continue to honor the works of Professor Kyalwazi and many others who are in his footsteps. As I leave, I'm going to ask Mr. Edwin Bishanga to stand up and simply wave. Fifi is because Mr. Bishanga has willed, together with the blessing of God.
Today is just a thanking day and also a challenging day. We have got many challenges. For me, what I've learned is, one, I need to be a farmer. There are too many farmers around, and I think the writing is not even on the wall, it's shouting, okay? And Professor Kyalwazi was a farmer. I need to grow and develop my spirituality. I don't think I can become a knight of the order of St. Gregory the Great, but we can become knights in our faith in simple ways as we look after our patients and meet the people we work with every day in the community. And the other challenge is that we need to eat. So I think that was a big hint that we need to have our break, but also to end the session. But first of all, I would like to thank everybody. I wish that we could all stand up and just give a clap to all the presenters and the family of the late Kyalwazi. Thank you very much. And as we stand, I think we should be able to go out for a cup of tea now. I stand to be informed as to where that will be available. Dr. Chigonya is the chief chef. I think he'll be giving us more information about that. But thank you all for this session, and we look forward to having another greater session later on this afternoon. We are going to have a photo before we go for the tea. We are going to come and stand here with our guests in the front row, our VIPs, and the rest of us surrounding them, a group photo before we go for a cup of tea. But Dr. Chigonya, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Let's give Dr. Olive a big hand clap. Thank you so much for being here this morning. The house is full again, and I'm really glad. Let's clap for ourselves. Another big round of applause for the invited guests. They all made it today, and I don't know who are we to bring this big team amidst us. There's a lot they have talked about. We shall summarize as we go on. Just a reminder that someone talked about legacy. Everyone has been talking about legacy. On behalf of the president, I want to assure you, our invited guests, that this is the reason ASAU is out here. We want to brand ourselves and we want to continue the legacy of our father. And we want to come out to you and make it even brighter. You are going to see ASAU you have never seen before. Professor Wazee, we are coming for those connections for the money. And Mr. Lukaya, we are going to eat. You are right, surgeons don't eat these days. The theaters are busy. Professor Orange, Dr. Rem, the knife plus research will start. We shall add the knife and research, and the two will equal to something. Professor Maswa, we want to emulate the surgeons of ASEA. I want to start washing my car TDS. Professor Kyalwazi was doing BD. I'll do TDS using car shampoo from Shield. You know Shield, the one of 1964. I'll use that one. So I want to invite all of us in front for, I don't know how we're going to take this photo today. The cameraman will advise us. Then after the photo, it is a challenge. The tea is ready. The lunch is almost ready. So we shall do a guided tour of the exhibition as we have the tea. There is an exhibition down since yesterday. Today we should all go and have a look at these stalls. As we take a cup of tea, the eating of surgeons will start from today. So please come and we have the group photo. I think the family will be in front here with our invited guests. Then the rest of us, we shall look for a way of how to, you know how theater is. You look for where to put the diathermy machine. Let's do that. Please, those who didn't register as you came in, you register. If you didn't register as you came in, please register at the desk next to the exit. Please register your names.
Ssekabaka Mutesa I, King.
Examinations Board, which
robotic, and it's unfortunate that we should not lag behind. That's why we have to try, as the president said, we need to cook our food so that the people are attracted to what we can do. And being able to do these operations in the country is already a plus for us. So we didn't just start from nothing to start doing these procedures. We started somewhere, started with small operations, diagnostic, laparoscopy, appendicectomy, cholecystectomy, and we upgraded slowly into fundoplications. Now we are doing GI resections and then hepatectomies. And we hope, I always, when my team is working with me, I keep telling them, once I do a laparoscopic whippos, then I can retire. And that should be very soon. Laparendoscopic surgery. Yesterday, Dr. Spire hinted on NOTS. NOTS is natural orifice transluminal endoscopic surgery, where you literally have no skin incision. People can access the abdominal cavity either through the mouth, or transvaginal, or transrectal. And these are surgeries that people are doing in this day and age. And us, as surgeons in the country, should not lag behind. And you can have a hybrid NOTS where you combine laparoscopy with a natural orifice. And this is where we should be heading towards. Basic requirements, you have to know your anatomy. You have to have especially intracorporeal suturing skills. You have your team. And then ways to achieve hemostasis should be there. And all these accessories are available with us now. We have clips, we have hemolocks, we have vascular staplers, we have energy sources. So we have no reasons to lag behind. So this table shows our journey in laparoscopic surgery. I literally introduced laparoscopic surgery in Rubaga Hospital in 2015. I joined there in 2014. And as you see the table, at the start, we're basically doing appendicectomies, lap choles, diagnostics. Then we progressed. When we came back from India, we started more towards laparoscopic fundoplications. Then I went into laparoscopic liver surgeries. I started with cyst deroofings, and now started doing laparoscopic liver resections. I also do lap colon resections, right, left, anterior resections, and then a few gastrojejunostomies and gastrectomies. Some of them are hybrid, laparoscopy assisted, some are purely laparoscopic. This is a case we did 1 month ago with Dr. Chituka Olivia, a laparoscopic left hepatectomy. This is a major laparoscopic resection. When you take out 3 segments of the liver, that is major. If you take out 2 or less, it's minor. So this is the country's first laparoscopic major resection, and this patient is very happy with us. He keeps sending us WhatsApp messages every day. No mobile money. I don't know whether Dr. Chituka has received mobile. I've not received. But the messages come every day. Webale Musawo, thank you. And when you look at the picture, this is a triphasic CT scan. Arterial face, when you look at the aorta, is hyperdense. And the lesion is basically here, involving segment 2, 3, and part of segment 4. That's why we had to do a full right hepatectomy. I'll just scan through. The video. So when you look at the intra-op video, this is the left lobe, and the lesion involving the left part of the liver, left of the falciform is there. And then when you look at the other, you started by taking down the falciform ligament as usual. Then you do the dissection. This is clipping the left pedicle of the liver. We used a hemolock to take out the left artery. And then the remaining pedicle we stapled with a vascular stapler. After that, I'm going to jump. After that, we got an ischemic line. Once you have controlled the inflow, hepatic artery and the portal vein, you get an ischemic line. Then you demarcation between the left and right. Then you do your transection. And the transection, we basically used ligashua, combination of ligashua, monopolar and bipolar. And I'll just, because of time, I'll skip. So this is the ischemic. If you compare this, the right and left, you can see the clear ischemia. And the tumor is there. The big screen is not very clear, but this demonstrates the ischemic line, and that has been marked with monopolar. And then the transection starts, and at the end of the day, we have, this is a tumor after complete resection. We remove it through a fenestrine incision, and the patient goes home very happy, and of course sends you messages, but no mobile money. But it's good for the patients to be happy. We have to rebrand ourselves, and we are happy that these operations are happening in the country. And this is our biggest highlight for this presentation. Laparoscopic liver resection, especially major laparoscopic liver resection, that's the remnant liver. The gallbladder and the entire right liver is preserved, and you can see it's nice and pink. So major laparoscopic liver resection is an epitome for hepatobiliary surgeons. So being able to do major laparoscopic liver resection in Rubaga and the patients going home being happy with good outcomes is a major milestone. And we want to celebrate that together with you. And based on that, because of time, I think I could as well end there. Because the rest of the things, GI resections, those are straightforward. Thank you very much.
I think you can see what we are talking about. We are rebranding ourselves. We are now doing laparoscopic liver resections in Uganda. You don't need to write these letters to go to India, Bangladesh. So let's have our next presenter, Dr. John Muhumuza. Is the presentation ready? Please project Dr. Muhumuza's presentation.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm Dr. Joshua Muhumuza, and this was part of my thesis, which I defended in October last year for my M.Med. I had a supervisor who is Dr. Lehu Haman, and some other people also contributed mainly to the development of the protocol, like Professor Chamanywa and others while they were still at KIU. Yeah, so I have the time reduced in 2 halves, so I'll try to rush through. It was a randomized controlled trial that assessed the effect of chewing gum on the duration of postoperative ileus, and we only enrolled patients who had gastroduodenal perforations. It was approved by KIU REC, see the first REC number down. It was registered with Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, and also registered it with Pan-African Clinical Trials Registry. And also the protocol has been published in the International Journal of Surgery Protocols. The last number is the DOI. So as I rush through the presentation, the details of the proposal or the protocol can be found on using that DOI. So non-mechanical temporal inhibition of the GIT is what we refer to as postoperative ileus. But if it is prolonged and persists after the 4th day, then we'll say it is prolonged postoperative ileus. And the pathophysiology has been divided into 2, the neuro and the inflammatory phase. The neuro starts when you even make the incision, and this results in the release of the substance P and alpha-calcitonin, which will result in the generalized inhibition of the GIT motility. Then when you start handling that, the inflammatory mediators are released, which will worsen actually the ileus. Management has usually been conservative. Pass an energy tube, stop feeding, and then correct electrolyte imbalances if they're actually there. Sham feeding means that you put something in the mouth, but you don't swallow, so there's no digestion. And chewing gum is a form of sham feeding. And some studies have showed that this chewing gum has effect on motility. It increases GIT hormone levels and actually has anti-inflammatory activity. And many studies have been done. If you look at systematic review and analysis done by Roslan et al., published in 2020, there are many types of studies which have assessed chewing gum effect, including colorectal surgery, appendectomies, cholecystectomies. Patients have actually improved faster after taking chewing gum in relation to the ileus. Prolonged postoperative ileus has been reported to occur in up to 30% of laparotomies. And this prolonged operative ileus is associated with the length of hospital stay, increased mobility, and healthcare costs, which actually has a direct connection to the country's economic development. A study done in Mulago, when they reported the post-op complications among patients who had undergone gastrodental perforation repairs, prolonged postoperative ileus was among the top 4. You could actually say top 3 because they included reoperation as a complication. So I think it was among the top 3. And gastrodental perforations are a leading issue, a leading cause of perforation peritonitis, with a high mortality reaching 50% and a high morbidity of up to 50% and mortality of up to 30%. So, enhanced recovery after surgery protocols, which you are all aware about, have been shown to reduce postoperative ileus. But there are two main components of these protocols, which is one is early feeding, another one is minimally invasive surgery, like has been talking about. But if you look at most of our hospitals in the villages and regional referrals, laparoscopic surgeries are rarely done. But even when they are done, they may come with a cost which most of the people in our setting cannot afford. But also the early feeding is not tolerable in up to 20% of the patients, and you find that many surgeons may not want to try it on their one patient whom they have done a resection, and they want to first delay the feeding. But that's where the chewing gum comes in, which has been shown to be effective in a number of surgeries, but no studies have been done in patients who have generalized peritonitis, mainly perforation peritonitis. So our main objective was to determine the effect of chewing gum on duration of postoperative ileus. Specifically, we looked at the duration of postoperative ileus. We looked at the length of hospital stay, and we also tried to assess if it was significant even when other factors are put into consideration. This was a prospective randomized controlled trial that was done at Hoima Regional Referral Hospital, Fort Portal Regional Referral Hospital, and Kampala International University Teaching Hospital. We assessed eligibility for 56. 2 were excluded because they had traumatic perforations. 27 were assigned in each arm. 1 patient passed on before starting to chew gum. He had come in late. And then also another patient passed on in the group of routine care. And 26 patients were analyzed in each group for the outcome. Please, next slide. Okay, we used the green PK, this one, if you can have a look at it. Yes, and patients started chewing within 24 hours after regaining consciousness. 2 pellets of PK were chewed until they were tasteless, based on other studies. And also we stopped chewing with the resolution of ileus, and we used the tripartite study, which defined by either passing stool, flatus, or the school flatus, in addition to absence of other features of ileus. Okay, let me present the results, and I think I'll also, because I'm out of time. We realized that patients who chewed gum had a reduced duration of ileus, which was significant. Also, length of hospital stay was significant, though the complications, there was no significant difference between the 2 groups. And comparing some studies which looked at localized peritonitis, they also reported similar findings. And also length of hospital stay, they had similar findings. And also, in summary, we recommend that you use chewing gum for all your patients under whom you have done abdominal surgeries, specifically with peritonitis. Our study is limited in a way that patients were unblinded because any other form of control, if you give them anything to chew, it would constitute sham feeding, so it wouldn't actually be a good control. And we only had patients of gastroduodenal perforations, which have a low bacterial load and may have a lesser risk for ileus. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshua. Is the PK mine? I can have it. How many pellets? Thank you. So I think you can see we want to keep this in international standards. 5 minutes, you should have told us what you want to tell us. Thank you, Dr. Joshua. This is an interesting one. Keep the questions. Dr. Bright, you are ready? So we are going to have Dr. Mwanje, then Dr. Olive, you should also be ready to tell us what you prepared. Thank you. Keep the questions. They will come in later.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bright Anderson Mwanje is my name. I'm here to make a very brief presentation. It's a case report that we encountered some time back, I think late last year, and I thought it quite interesting to present before this audience because it's quite a rare occurrence. If the slides could come up, please. So as they put the slides up, this was a case of a 73-year-old male who we had earlier seen about a year prior to the presentation. And he came in with the features of colorectal malignancy. We had scoped him and confirmed a rectal tumor and sent him for neoadjuvant chemotherapy after confirming that it was rectal adenocarcinoma. He then absconded and got lost to follow up, only to show up a year later with features of small bowel obstruction that was earlier, thank you, that was earlier mistaken for appendicitis upcountry. So these are excerpts of a case report that was published in the Oxford Journal of Case Reports. And we know that internal herniations are quite rare. So our 73-year-old patient, like I said, presented with above symptoms, colicky, periumbilical and right-sided non-radiating abdominal pain with progressive abdominal distension. And as I indicated, he had a history of adenocarcinoma that was confirmed. He had absconded. No prior surgeries. On examination, he had a moderately distended abdomen with marked periumbilical and right iliac fossa tenderness with reduced bowel sounds. He had been managed upcountry for about 4 days without improvement. So they chose to come back to the doctor who had seen them earlier and get further management. The labs, we found what you would expect in obstruction or abdominal pathology, neutrophil leukocytosis, anemia, He had a hyponatremia of 126 and elevated creatinine. I'm only reporting the significant findings. We initiated correction of the derangements and also did a CAT scan that revealed features of small bowel obstruction and a rectal neoplasm, but luckily still was contained. There was no evidence of metastasis. He also had an associated mild of bowels, as indicated by the sharp arrow. And then the one to your right shows that large round mass. And at that point, the radiologist reported an intussusception. And this was quite intriguing. We started to think, does this patient have tumors in two different places? So that's the diagnosis that was made, small bowel obstruction, and we explored. Intraoperatively, we found a large right retroperitoneal mass formed by a tuft of bowel that was herniating through a tight opening just below the base of the cecum. So what hit our faces when we opened was the cecum was lifted up, and below it there was this large ovoid mass. And only to follow through and found that the small bowel was herniating through that tight, narrow opening. It was gangrenous when we delivered it, about 30 centimeters of ileum. And the cecum and appendix were okay and healthy, but since the terminal, much of the terminal ilioanastomosis, so we had to do a resection and a primary ilio-ascending anastomosis. We closed the hernia pouch, the defect, of a drain that was removed 48 hours later, and did a preemptive diversion sigmoid colostomy because this patient had started having a recurrence of obstructive symptoms weeks before he developed the acute obstruction. So the thought was the tumor below could have contributed to the change in dynamics and precipitating this herniation. That was the defect. If you see, the small arrow at the top shows the cecum lifted up. The big arrow points to the pouch where the bowel had herniated. That's after widening the space. So postoperatively, he did quite well and we resumed enteral feeds on the second postoperative day, and he was discharged on the fourth day. We discharged him through the Cancer Institute and followed up quite closely to avoid a repeat of events. It's interesting to report that 2 days ago, after he completed another additional 3 cycles of a neoadjuvant chemotherapy 6 weeks ago. And so on Wednesday this week, we did a low anterior resection, and it was quite successful. He's recuperating well. So this was just to highlight, this is a case that hasn't been reported anywhere in the world because most of the reports about retroperitoneal internal hernias are about post-trauma, which is either accidents or trauma of surgery, and none has been reported to have occurred spontaneously. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bright. Dr. Bright is a surgeon at Mengo Hospital. I also double as his classmate, or he doubles as my classmate. So thank you, Dr. Bright, for that interesting case. It is good to share those cases with colleagues. Actually, many times whenever I would have interesting cases, I would call him and we juggle the instruments together. Dr. Olive, you are ready? Okay. Let's have Dr. Olive.
5 minutes. Let's go.
Dr. Sikakulia, you are ready? You'll be next. That will be our last scientific presentation today.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about something that should excite all of you, regardless of your discipline, because I think this is a great opportunity for all of us. I am going to talk about simulation, and the subtitle is Surgical Skills Lab. Yeah, I think he has it. He should have it. Okay, so this, although I'm making the presentation, it's actually not my presentation. I'm making it on behalf of a committee, an ASO committee that was put together so that we look into the possibility of creating surgical skills lab, and not just a lab in one location, but to also think through the whole idea of using simulation to empower what we do and to make it possible for ASO and ASO's membership to expand, to improve whatever it is that we're doing. So how many of you during your training, you worked with a cadaver? Everyone worked with a cadaver, almost everyone. And how many of you recall, how many on average were the number of students that were around one cadaver? 6 on average? 10? People who, is there anybody whose group was larger than 10? Somebody over there had a group larger than 10. Right, so most of us recall learning anatomy around a cadaver, and maybe then going down to the clinical areas, going to the wards, and following somebody around that told you how to auscultate, how to observe a mass, and how to listen for heart sounds or whatever else on an actual patient, right? This is how we learned medicine. I am waiting for my slides to come on. So the idea of simulation comes from the reality that now faces us. When as a medical student, there was only one medical school in this country. So if you met a Ugandan trained doctor, they came through Makerere University. Today, I think we have 10 medical schools, 800 doctors a year. So this growth in an area that historically we know we train people as an apprenticeship. So as undergrads, maybe we learn by listening, by having lectures, but really we produced surgeons through apprenticeship, through standing by someone, seeing how they did it, and holding their instruments, and then helping them to tie knots, and eventually they assist you to do the case. And I think most of us used to say, you watch one, you assist in one, and then you do one, and then you teach one. I don't know how many of you think this is now an appropriate way of teaching the procedures that we do, and that using those methods we can train enough surgeons. So we come to this talk about simulation and the surgical skills lab with those thoughts in mind. What in current day Uganda, East Africa, the COSEXA region, what is possible, what is appropriate? How can we train the numbers of surgeons that we need, given what it took to train some of us and the numbers that we now need? Do we have those slides? Victor, my 5 minutes is almost up. And I really do need my slides. So let me tell you something else while I wait for my slides. So this committee got together to say, how can we improve, how can we make it possible to train the numbers of surgeons that we need to train? And simulation, not just here, but elsewhere, is driven by a number of things. The very first one, and the most compelling, is patient safety. Is that if you allow to train a clinician or a surgeon And the only way they are going to learn how to do the procedure is on a real patient that needs care. It means that while they're on their learning curve, that patient is at risk, right? Because we want to give the patient the best benefit. We want to give the patient should have the best hands, the best minds on them. But in order to train those that don't know how or don't quite know well enough, it means that we have to risk patient safety in order for new surgeons to be brought up. And clearly that is not ethical. You wouldn't want to be lying on an operating table and knowing that the person that's going to operate on you, they've actually never done this procedure. You're their first patient, right? And in some instances, these days, they might not even have been in the same room where the procedure was being done. They might have watched the procedure on YouTube. They might have watched it at a distance. They might never have assisted one. So patient safety is a key consideration in why, I think they've lost my slides. Okay, yes, I can't wait for them. Sure, let them come up. So the other consideration is the person that's learning is that we build confidence by doing things, and we can repeat them as many times as it takes for us to master a procedure. So even if we were led to do these procedures on real patients, we ourselves would not like to be in the position where we are really learning how to do this procedure on a real patient until we know how by the 20th patient.
Sorry about that. They say they are ready. It's here.
Okay, so I'll probably walk through the first. Do I have a?
I give you 3 minutes.
How do I advance this?
No, we can do it for you. Next slide.
Yes, I think we can go. Maybe they want to see an educational technique that allows interactive performance over training in an environment that creates or replicates real-world clinical scenarios. So simulation is not just in medicine, in surgery. Obviously, it was used in many other fields long before we got to them. But let's go. Next slide, please. Yeah, I just talked about this. So we have huge numbers of students that we need to train. We need to make sure that patients are safe. We need to standardize. So we need to know that if you've got this qualification, we can guarantee that you have these skills. We cannot do that unless we go through this kind of thing. So if we say somebody has their fellowship or they have an MMed, we want to be sure that they can do these kinds of procedures. These are the skills they have. And it is easiest done if you work through simulation, rather than hoping that in the 2 months that they were rotating through this discipline, this patient, a patient with this condition showed up. So we all know that sometimes you rotate through urology and this particular patient won't come through until you've left the unit. If you're using a skills lab, you can be sure that every student that rotates through there is going to do this procedure because they're not waiting for the real patient. And indeed, when we have new technologies, there is not even somebody that already knows how to use them. So everybody's going to have to go through some kind of simulation in order to learn. Let's go. The 3 minutes almost gone. Next slide, please. Okay, what does it entail? It might entail, and it should entail, standard or to give you certain types of symptoms and allow you to learn through them. So we have what we call low fidelity bench models. Low fidelity means that they really do not resemble the setting in which you're going to work. They don't look anything like the real situation. Or high fidelity, meaning that we've done everything exactly as it's going to be when you enter the operating room with much more equipment that we have. Benchmarking, some of this has been done, but we are proposing that maybe we or the people who are going to set this up visit maybe a few other places to see what actual simulation labs are like. We don't have to travel there in this day and age. We might be able to visit online. We are working on the beginnings of a curriculum development. So some of you already know that there's some form of surgical skills lab happening in a number of places, in different centers. Certainly in Mulago, there's one that's used currently. It's very modest. It would need to be rethought, re-expanded, but it does have some equipment. Perhaps the biggest thing that we need to do is Activity 5, human resource recruitment and training. So skills labs don't just happen. They have to be run and run professionally. People have to be taught how to actually teach through simulation. Let's go. So in phase 2, we would then start on training on low fidelity benchtops, which is what is already happening on some scale. Let's go. This is what you might teach in that low fidelity, and again, some of this is already happening, but we are hoping that it won't just happen in one location, but it can happen in multiple locations. Wherever surgeons are being taught, wherever surgeons are being trained, you can do this. Let's go. Now, phase 3, there's a lot has been said about laparoscopy, about minimal access, and this didn't happen when I was a student, so this is exactly what we're talking about, that there's progression, there's advancement, and people need to learn how to use the new technologies. I have to go. We are hoping that, so we already use non-live animal material. There's a lot of debate around the use of animals. Thank you, Grace, let's go. So yes, so we then would like to advance to this. And while it's low fidelity, you begin to build in, this is now real. You're not operating on just a leg, you're actually operating on an entire animal. And it's anesthetized, and it's bleeding, and it's breathing, and so on and so forth. Again, as I said, there's debate around the ethics of this, but let's go. So this is what you might be able to teach with that. You know, of course, if you're teaching laparoscopy, you're teaching how to transfer things, how to tie things, how to suture, needle, you know. So all of these could be taught through this. Next slide. High fidelity. So again, these are skills that, you know, if you can imagine ever hoping to acquire these skills on the real patient, how many real patients are you going to have? And how many such opportunities are there? So if you're hoping that we're going to increase the numbers of surgeons that are able to perform these procedures, and that we're starting off with maybe 3 senior colleagues that already know how to do this, we have no hope at all. But with simulation, it means that we can actually, you know, train these. They can practice as many times as it takes to perfect the procedure in perfect safety, both for the surgeon and for the patient. And lastly, phase 5, non-technical simulation. So many surgeons trained and probably still train and graduate, and nobody ever taught them how to build teams or how to resolve crises or how to, you know, all of these skills that we then are forced to learn in the real world, we actually can learn in simulation. And we are not successful surgeons just because we can do things. We also have to have professionalism, how to have good judgment, how to motivate people, how to inspire people. All of these things that sometimes people think are soft skills, they are actually what distinguishes a good surgeon from a so-so surgeon. So they're just as critical, and we can teach them in simulation. I think that's the last slide. How can you be involved? There are many opportunities to be involved. We are still going to work on it. We're going to need resources. I think we're going to go after the people who are there this morning to tell us where to find the money so that we can get this happen. Are you excited? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Olive. Unfortunately, I was putting on pressure. I don't like putting my seniors on pressure because I used to be percussed. Sometimes I think it's my opportunity to percuss. But thank you, Dr. Olive, for that. What she has just presented actually is going on in Asao. This committee is already in place, and we really want to see this project come to life. And we should have a skills lab to standardize the skills of the surgeons in the country, and Dr. Olive is a big pusher in this. And you can see people are already coming on board. Like yesterday when people had rumors here and there. People who are putting up a building in Mengo said, why don't we give you a room for the skills lab? So you can see we are looking for infrastructure, people are already giving us infrastructure. So we just need to push it, and if you're out there and you're part of ASAO, you have some ideas, please come on board. Dr. Sikakulia, you're ready? They are ready with your presentation? Come on, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Frank Sikakulia. I'm a surgeon working at Fort Portal Regional Referral Hospital. I'm going to talk about what is happening as a practitioner. We are facing complications, and how are we dealing with this complication, and what's the impact of this complication in our lifestyle as a surgeon, and what is the coping mechanism we are using. Next slide. So as we know, post-op complication are really a burden for us surgeon, and is occurring in 8 to 12% of cases we are operating. And these complications, they are causing stress and also among operative surgeon. And this impair psychological well-being of the operating surgeon and their outcome. And this led this surgeon to become the second victim. Thank you. And this is leading the operating surgeon to be called the second victim because of the complication which is happening. As a second victim, if we are screened, we'll have more depressed syndromes and also anxiety disorders. And different coping mechanisms have been generated among operating surgeons elsewhere apart from Uganda. And they think that when you are facing any complication, stress related, you'll either talk to your colleagues, and some of us will take alcohol and substances, and also this weakening their constitution and also profession. This severity of surgical complications and also the seniority of the surgeon, there are different factors which are differentiating the impact. So the more you are skilled and also you are senior, you are able to bear with these complications compared to young surgeons as we are. So in low-income country as Uganda and Eastern DRC, we have more surgical condition, and this surgical condition with less surgeon in the situation as per our countries, it will lead for more complication. And this complication, as I've been saying in the previous slide, they will lead to more complication impact psychologically. In Eastern DRC and in Uganda, there is no yet study done checking or finding out what is the implication or impact of this complication on their surgeon. So to carry out this study, we came up with two objectives: to assess the psychological impact of complication post-surgery, and also to assess the varying coping mechanism the surgeon they are using in their career. So we did a multi-center cross-sectional study, and we involved mainly the teaching hospitals of these two countries, and we use a selected randomly selected population. This was the surgeons and also the ops gyne doctors and also residents in these two departments. We use a structured self-administered questionnaire, and we had 196 health workers as a sample size, and we define the impact of surgical practice as positive if the participants were responding, having the reflective practices and being extra cautious, and also having some adverse risk. And as negative impact, as if the surgeon or the participants were responding, having withdraw from surgical practices. And coping mechanism as positive if they were able to internalize and discussing with colleagues, with patient, also management, and getting and setting or talking with their families. And negative if they were blaming themselves and also having some dissociation. So at the end of the data collection, we got 144 participants in Uganda and 54 in DRC. And most of the participants were male, and most of the participants were also residents. As the coping mechanism with worry, as the impacts, worry about their reputation, and also worry about the patient anxiety, were the most important impacts on psychology, which was also related to a study done in UK and Australia, where they found the same similarity. And as a coping mechanism, most of the surgeons or the participants were having the positive coping mechanism, but as you can see, more than 40% of participants were having negative coping mechanisms, such as blaming others or themselves, and also having dissociation, disorientation, which is highly compared to the study done in UK, where they found that less than 10% of surgeons they were reporting having coping mechanisms. And these are predictors of negative coping mechanism, and we found that being a female surgeon or operating surgeon, and also having worry about the patient, also feeling guilty, they were the predictors of negative coping mechanism. And this was similar to the study done in UK, where they found that being a female surgeon and also a junior surgeon were related to having psychological impact. As a conclusion, as we are reading this paper and this book published by Atul Galund, we found that having the relationship between the surgeon and also the peer surgeon, meaning the elder surgeon, it will help this young generation of surgeons which we are producing to bear with complications related to post-op surgery. And also, it's very important for the Health Services Administration to provide the professional support and also a counseling services for the surgeon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Skakulia. I think we can relate to this study.
Every 20 seconds, someone is being amputated because of diabetic foot. So this is a great challenge to the surgeons. And on top of that, diabetic foot ulcer is associated with high socioeconomic problem, lower limb amputation, and high mortality. So the purpose of this study was to see the anatomical patterns of the diabetic foot and what are the factors aggravating this, leading to amputation. Because most of the time they send us the patient when they have already the ulcer. And the purpose is how can we reduce these factors to prevent amputation and other complications. So it was a multi-center cross-sectional study, and we classified them as severe ulcer, which is grade 3 and above, and less severe, grade 1 and grade 2 of Wagner classification. So these are the selected hospital we collected data from in Uganda. It was Hoima, Fort Portal, Kirudu Hospital, Jinja, KIU Teaching Hospital, Kitagata, and Barara Hospital. And we realized that actually in Uganda, most of patients, they come with severe diabetic foot ulcer, around approximately 60%. And most of our patients were female, around 60%, and they had uncontrolled blood sugar. and most of the ulcers were located on the plantar of the foot, and they were big, greater than 5 centimeters in diameter, which means our patients, they always come to the hospital very late. And we tried to assess the behaviors of these patients, and we realized that actually most of them, so when we try to compare this with what has been done elsewhere, technology is not working here. Okay. And we realized that actually the most important factor for severity was the age. As the patient is getting older, he has more risk of having a severe diabetic foot ulcer, and especially from 70 years and above. Even if most of our patients were female, but they did not have severe diabetic foot ulcer. And we think maybe because female, they tend to come to the hospital very early compared to men. And as I said, the ulcer was on the foot, on the plant of the foot, and other studies, they found that it is always on the metatarsal. So the factors actually which we found that they were contributing to severity, it was the neuropathy. And most of the time when these people come and consult us, we think about doing only debridements, wound dressing, and we give them antibiotics. And before you realize the wound is just continuing, it is increasing the size until you come later to amputate the patient. So we should always think about the neuropathies, the age, and also the size of the ulcer. When it is more than 5 centimeters, it means they will get complications. So when we have a small ulcer, we should work hard that we should work hard that we control it before it reach complication. So the conclusion is that we have to treat the neuropathies, and we realize that also eating more vegetable, they protect the patient from getting worse diabetic foot ulcer. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mumbe. Let's put our hands together for this team that has presented to us today. I always tell students the most dangerous time to teach is after lunch. It is an international standard. Talking to people after lunch is very challenging. I'll just do it like my teacher, Miss Olive. I can become also a gym instructor. Okay, let's just stand up and stretch a bit as the team from Hospital Liaison prepares to speak to us. Just stretch. I'm not going to give you instructions. Do what you want, what you do at home. Feel free. But these stretches are so similar. Are we from the same home? And no one is somersaulting at least. Okay, thank you very much. Prepare your questions. We are going to have a word from our partners and our sponsors. Let's clap for them because they have really made sure we stay in this nice place for 48 hours, 2 solid days. That is very nice. So let's have the first one from Hospital Liaison Committee. He will tell us what it is about. I really don't know much about it, but he will tell us more.
Just drink water for after lunch if you have eaten. Water is very good. My chemistry teacher in 1975 taught me that. Just drink water. Okay, Hospital Information Services Uganda started in 1995, and one of the first people we interacted with was Professor Kakande here, who helped us a lot, and also Professor Omaswa. So since that time, what has Hospital Information Services been doing? Hospital Information Services was started off by Jehovah's Witnesses in Uganda here. And the Hospital Information Services, Uganda, is a part of an international network distributing authoritative clinical information regarding strategies to avoid allogeneic blood transfusion. Additionally, we provide a resource for healthcare personnel managing patients who decline transfusions. I just want to emphasize this. The services that Hospital Information Services does are free of charge. You don't need to pay. They are for free. And since 1995, we have been disseminating a lot of information at no cost to all medical personnel. So what you have been talking about, laparoscopy, everything, all these things you've been talking about, we have been encouraging doctors, motivating them, giving them information to get them, even to the point that we even brought a blood saver to Mulago Hospital in order to assist in that work. Okay, let's go on. So naturally you want to know about us, and as the culture is diversing, we have philosophies we follow. For example, we appreciate such a thought, care more, particularly for the individual patient, than even the disease. We also see many men have written, like this Baruch Spinoza. He was a philosopher. He said, I have striven not to laugh at human actions, not to weep at them, nor hate them, but to understand them. And it is an ethical situation for us when we refuse a blood transfusion. Okay. What are the presentation objectives? Our position on medical treatment. We have a subgroup, the Hospital Liaison Committee is specially put there to help to liaise between the patient and the personnel. And we have resources for clinicians, loads of material, information, written up things, and also the protocol. Suppose you meet a witness. To avoid confrontation, to avoid being misunderstood, we have a protocol so that there is cooperation. Oh. Okay, Jehovah's Witnesses generally seek quality medical care, and with you surgeons, we trust. We request for use of alternative strategies. And we have done it based on an informed choice. We just don't come out from nowhere. We have studied material, and we trust that you will also have confidence in us that we are not just fanatic. Of course, I'm not here to proselytize you, but the ethical position comes from a scripture in the Bible to abstain from blood. We avoid, our position is to avoid, we refuse allogeneic blood, but fractions are acceptable. Fractions are acceptable based on individual position. Even acute non-volumic hemodilution, hemodialysis, all that is acceptable. What is not acceptable is up there. Okay, now to save you, doctors, personnel, from litigation, we have prepared a dual power of attorney, so that it protects you and us, so there's no confrontation. What happened? Okay, we have a big network worldwide, but I will highlight Africa. We have 370 committees. In Uganda, we have 4. All the positions of the are taken care of: north, east, west, and south. So, what do they do? We provide medical articles and other information. We arrange doctor-to-doctor consultation. We assist to transfer patients, and we are available 24/7. We make presentations like this to bioethics, legal personnel, and so on. Now we have websites. These are the resources which I want you to take note of. We have a website with links that gives you medical publications. We give you clinical papers from peers, from peer-reviewed papers. Even you yourselves, if you have papers that you would like to present to do with non-blood medical management, feel free to share them with us. We can go ahead. We give you evidence-based summaries and additional resources. Okay, web-based resources. Medical information for clinicians, okay? We have medicine and surgery. We have for medical and surgery. It's my eyesight. I'm trying to look there and here, but I hope you can read some of these things. Maybe this is easy, I don't know. Okay, so we have all this, but what I want to show you is also best resources. Hold on. Yeah, there are quite many. Yeah, this is what I want to show you. If you could scan this or write down www.jw.org/English Medical Library, you will get everything you want. But you don't need to worry. We have folders like this. Whoever wants a folder, you'll raise up your hand. The QR code is over there. And in there you'll have a strategy. This special one is for scientists, okay? This special one is for surgeons. And then a survey. And then a survey if you want to continue getting information. It's, you can fill in your name, your email address, and you can present even questions. Because what we do, we get this information, we ask Hospital Information Services New York, which pulls all these resources together. They study your particular problem. They have, let's say, a doctor in Japan, a surgeon in Japan who has done that before. Then he will share a link and you'll get that information at no cost. You don't need to pay for it. Okay, these are the summaries based on clinical evidence. We have them of avoiding transfusions. But you know, this helped a lot during the COVID. Many doctors came to us. Many doctors came to us during the COVID, and we attended to their issues. I just want to go back here. Okay, now we have, something you're not used to always keeps on. What have I done? I wanted to show you those strategies exactly. Now, if you look at those, there are 4 strategies we have prepared for surgery, critical care, obstetrics, and GI bleeding. I've prepared for you surgery today. So if any of you want it in hard copy, you can take it. But critical care, that was used a lot during COVID, taking care of COVID patients. I'll just mention something about surgery. Dr. Galukande has been cooperative with us. One day I sent him a patient from the United States. He attended to that patient. He had a spinal problem. Dr. Galukande attended to it. He did the surgery. The American came to me and asked me, can this, I told him, man, trust me. Don't think of the facility. Think of the person. I trust Ugandan surgeons. They worked on him. He goes back to America to make a follow-up, and he thinks that something went wrong maybe. They told him, they studied him, and told him this was the best thing that was done at that time, and it was done in time. Thank you, Dr. Galukande. Yeah. So this information looks simple, but it is summaries of people who have done real, actual work and put it together. One student read through and told me that what he did, he was so surprised, an orthopedician, he says that all the things he had learned in medical school had been summarized and brought just face to face with him. Things he had forgotten are all in these summaries. Oops. Okay, the protocol for Jehovah's Witnesses is simple. Review, consult, contact other experienced doctors, contact the hospital liaison committee, and also, if possible, we can work together and transfer. We have that form. If you want to fill it out for more information, we'll keep it in confidence. We won't talk about you. But if you need more information, you can fill it in your direction, and then we'll help you. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for hospital liaison. This is an interesting topic. About 2 weeks ago, in the emergency department at my hospital, we received a trauma patient, obviously in shock. I was in theater, the orthopedic surgeon was on ground, then he tells the team to transfuse. And the victim's son the victim was still a bit conscious. He was understanding what was going on, but you would see that he's going down. So he said, no, don't transfuse me, don't transfuse me. Then the son was also, who came with him, said, we are Jehovah's Witnesses, don't transfuse. So the orthopedic surgeon his hands were now locked. Because at that time the patient needed to be resuscitated because of the severe shock. And transfusion was number 1 on the list. So he says, let's refer. As the ambulance is leaving the hospital, the patient passes on. So the orthopedic surgeon was very disturbed. He was like, why did this man refuse transfusion? So this is just my story, but I know we all have stories related to this. And it's good that such people have come to interact with us to share with us the information. I'm seeing you have options for transfusion. We shall be glad to hear about the options. So let's have questions. As Mengo Hospital, you are here. Is your video ready? As you prepare the video, let's have questions to the presenters. Those who have questions, I will entertain 5 questions. Eddie, help me with that microphone. Those who have questions, even the Jehovah team is ready to take on questions. We shall have the questions at once, then these people respond, and then we shall move on to the next bit of it. There's a button down.
Thank you so much for the presentations. They've been quite interesting. My question goes to Dr. Frank. What mechanisms did you put in place in your research to ensure that the results were not affected by bias? Because culturally, as we know it, men are brought up to show strength, to not be weak. That crying is even, a taboo. While for women, it's the other way around. It's okay. They expect us to be weak. So what mechanisms did you put in place in your research to ensure that your results were due to nothing and that bias was catered for? Because this bias can be as simple as the person interviewing. For example, if it's a lady asking the question, of course, you don't expect a man to say, I have negative coping mechanisms. He'll have to tell you that he's doing well and fine.
That is, he's strong. Just a minute. That's to Dr. Sikakuli? Yeah. He's Frank? Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chimara. I'm interested in the referring of patients where we don't transfuse patients. Do you transfer a patient to a place where they can transfuse, or you transfer a patient to another place where they don't transfuse?
Thank you so much for the presenters. It has been fun. Mine is just brief to the recent presenter on the Jehovah's Witness guys. So I just wanted to find out, like, they don't take in, they don't allow transfusion, but do they donate? Do they donate blood? That's what I want to just find out about that.
Those are 3 questions. We shall have.
Thank you. My question is to Dr. Olive. Thank you for the presentation about simulation. My concern is the scope of the curriculum or of work, because every aspect of what we do requires simulation, every bit of it. It would be, in my own opinion, it would be really mandatory in the current situations for people for doctors to start with some kind of skills training before joining internship. If they are going to be doing cesarean sections, they are going to be doing emergency hernia operations. So what's the scope of this curriculum? Thank you very much.
There is a question here. The president has a question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, presenters. My question is to Mr. Deo. Dr. Victor is talking about the orthopedic surgeon. You said, which day was it? How many days that patient died?
I think 30 minutes after arrival.
I mean, which day? How long ago?
About maybe 2-3 weeks.
3 weeks. I lost 2 patients. 1997, it was a child, because I was doing internship in pediatrics. I lost another one in 97, ADF war. The trauma has never left me. Now I'm becoming emotional. You people, you are unfair to your followers, and you just want to take them to heaven too quickly. I'm serious. But let me get a bit less emotional. If you have products which are alternative to transfusion, just bring them, put them on the market. Like now we're exhibiting, bring and exhibit them. Let's have them. I'll give you my 2 stories. Child, anemic, HB6, HB4, HB2, until we say you people, and you know they gang up. Sorry, I don't like backbiting people, so I want to look at you. Before you know it, the parent has been joined by the rest of the relatives, and then a high priest shows up, and that becomes a no-no, and the patient comes from being conscious to unconscious. Then we are stuck, because we don't want to literally have someone die in our eyes. So we do like Victor has said, you discharge them. But then they don't even leave the premises of the hospital. So they go around, and then the child dies, and then they begin crying. Why are you crying when you have just killed this person? Second patient, the ADF war found me in Kasese. I was 3 days old in the ADF war. November 13th, 1996. I had reported November 11th. Bombs, landmines. There was a place which was notorious for landmines. A gentleman, his 2 legs are blown off by a landmine. He comes. In the chaos of things, we give him 2 units and we stabilize him. We bring him to the ward after chopping off the 2 legs, bilateral above knee amputations. So you come saying, okay, have you got the other blood? So that we add on. And you know, they are like wasps. Before you know it, no transfusion. And then they begin beefing up. Another one comes, and the high priest comes. And once the high priest comes, nothing will happen. Day 1, day 2, the patient loses consciousness, HB6, HB4, and then we tell them, okay, now please, let's discharge them. Same story. behind the building. Patient dies, then they begin crying. Why? If you are recruiting people and taking them to heaven, just get guns and shoot them. Or tell them if you get any situation where blood is oozing out of your body, don't go to hospital. Or please get those products, bring them. We are waiting. We have a stall, national medical stores, joint medical stores. These places are there. Bring those products, provide them, we will give them. But you are participating in carnage. You are killing people. Okay, let me breathe in. I am not happy with you guys.
Okay. I'm glad the president is breathing in. So, for now, Eddie, we shall need your mic for people to respond. Let's take those ones first. That was number 5, though it was a comment and feedback. The first one was to Dr. Frank. He's there.
Thank you, Dr. Vivian, for the question. And as per data collection time, and we said that this research was a self-administered structured questionnaire. And at the top of the questionnaire, we had a consent form where we trusted the person who was complying and responding to our questionnaire. And this is one of the bias, or as we know in cross-sectional study, where we're not doing a qualitative study. And we encourage in limitation of our study that it could be better to do a qualitative study where we can do interview and interaction with the surgeons in these 2 different countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Chimala had a question. Was it to me? Where do you refer? Or you are asking them where we should send them the patients? You're asking me. I was doing like my president said. Actually not me, but my colleague, the orthopedic surgeon, to him, he couldn't stick with a dying person, yet he has the solution. So he said, okay, you try somewhere else, maybe where they will handle it without blood. So he was doing the same. Then the other question was to the team from liaison committee. You don't accept the transfusion. Do you donate?
We abstain from blood.
So you don't donate?
Yeah, we abstain based on, it is an ethical position that we take on. We abstain from blood. Yeah.
Then maybe in relation to what Mr. Chimala was saying, do you have places where you refer them in this country, or do you have alternative products like Mr. Frank was saying?
Okay. Yes, because the reason even why we are here is based on 3 C's. C1 is to cooperate, to communicate, and to non-confront. I appreciate Dr. Asimwe's, I felt also the same, but it was heavily loaded. We have gone through these situations. We do not intend to kill people, as he may have put it. That's why we go to hospitals. And as I said earlier, ours is an informed choice. We are not fanatics. It is an informed choice. We have studied a lot about blood. We know the hazards of blood. We prefer to abstain from blood transfusion.
Thank you very much. The last one is a response from Dr. Olive. Dr. Olive, the mic is just behind you. It's just behind you there. That's the last response. Then yes, Dr. Olive.
Yes, thank you very much. So, yeah, it'd be wonderful if all of the skills that we need, people can go through simulation. And I understand that actually currently there's a provision for interns to do, I think, some level of skills training before they are licensed. But we have a lot of catching up to do, because think about all of these skills that people need to have, and yet we are still on phase 2. So This is why we are hoping that everyone here will somehow pull together so that we can make it possible for different levels. Because remember that it's not just the interns, it's also the residents, it's also the nurses, there's so many people that actually need these skills training. So we are going to do a lot of catching up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olive. Mr. Kagwa, like we said earlier, now that we all know that this is happening, all ideas are welcome. Thank you. This is Katalekeka, and I couldn't leave it because it is one of our elders. He whispered that he has something small he must put across. Yes, Mr. Mutiava.
Mr. President, I'm in agreement with what your comments are. I just wanted to supplement regarding the Jehovah's Witnesses. When you are in a position of saving the life, especially of a child, I was in a similar situation some number of years ago. I'll not give the details until I said, let's discharge the patient. And the mother asked what Dr. Adam Kimara presented to where. And I told her to heaven. And actually the child died.
Thank you for those experiences. It's good we're in a professional setting, so we shall continue interacting after. Allow me move on to the next bit of it. Mengo Hospital, you are ready? The team from Mengo has something to show us. They have been our good partners today. Let's clap for them, please. You remember yesterday we interacted with them during the scientific presentations. They brought the team from the eye department.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, does surgery matter? Yes, to Mengo Hospital, surgery really matters. Mengo Hospital is proud to be associated with the Association of Surgeons of Uganda for the first of the kind. And my name is Dennis Wanika. I'm the Public Relations Officer for Mengo Hospital. I send you warm greetings from the Medical Director, Dr. Rose Mutumba. Dr. Henry Ruwesi, the head of the surgery department, I recognize your presence. Dear surgeons, we want to thank you for the great partnership. Mengo Hospital at 125 years. I am pretty sure and confident that each of you must have interacted with Mengo Hospital. And for that, I interest you and welcome you briefly in knowing more about Mengo Hospital. Our dear moderator, please, it will be a refreshing session for the team. Please, thank you so much. You can go on, people in the control room. Thank you so much.
Sekabaka Mutesa I, King of Buganda, invited missionaries to come to Uganda. By the second half of the 19th century, Christianity and Western medical care had not reached Uganda. Ugandans were in spiritual darkness. They believed and practiced witchcraft. Diseases like sleeping sickness and syphilis were occurring at epidemic levels in the country. Realizing that his subjects needed the light, the King of Buganda, Sekabaka Mutesa I, invited men of goodwill from England to come and evangelize, to bring the light that consisted of important elements, namely evangelism, healthcare, and education. It is upon that the foundation of Mengo Hospital rose. In response to the team was a physician, Dr. Sir Albert Ruskin Cook, who arrived in Uganda on 15th February 1897. Soon after his arrival, Dr. Cook realized that if he were to minister to the spiritual lives of the people of Uganda, he had to give attention to their enormous physical problems as well. Consequently, on 22nd February 1897, Sir Dr. Cook held his first outpatient clinic under a tree on Namirembe Hill, present-day Mengo Hospital.
Bampita Kenneth Chapman Moisigwa Jigozi. Ai minmu jeng kola ndi musawa manyo. Nkola ko manyo. Miaka jinu jo nam kumia nanga wendi nkola ko manyo. Well, it's quite an honor to be a part of Mango Hospital. As you may know, Mango Hospital is the oldest hospital in Uganda, maybe in East Africa, I think, but at least for sure in Uganda. 125 years, as you said, started by Sir Albert Cook, and to be a part of that legacy. I came as a missionary, so probably the key thing has been that at Mango Hospital, we're not only wanting to provide medical treatment or dental treatment, but we want to encourage people to know Jesus Christ as their personal Savior, to grow in Him. Because we've just come out of the season of Easter, we remember that great sacrifice He made so He could secure our future. Sir Albert Cook said that to help people physically is a wonderful thing, but to take the gospel of salvation and to bring physical healing is the greatest thing. I would encourage them to continue that tradition and to maintain the vision, the Mango Hospital vision, of being a center of excellence that bears witness to Jesus Christ. And then Nafune Balu Wakabaka, from the Kabaka, and it says that Sabasaja Asim, he wants Okua Ejinja Eliomuendo. Yes, that's right. And I thought, I was so surprised. And it was a great honor.
The first seed of the Christian medical work in Uganda was planted. Since then, that work has continued to grow and develop in size and scope uninterrupted for over 125 years. Thus, Mango Hospital started the journey of being a Christian medical witness.
As we celebrate 125 years with Mango Hospital, we celebrate excellency, we celebrate professionalism. So the latest award which I got last year, it's the award of, I was the CFO, Award of Strategy Execution. Now, this award comes at a time when we are just coming out of COVID, and as a strategist, I had to make sure that I advise the head of the institution, the medical director, to do things differently.
So Mango Hospital, over the last 125 years, we have seen great growth in the hospital. Our infrastructure is generally quite old, so we have embarked on an activity to try and upgrade and also build new infrastructure, trying to improve the quality of care that goes on in Mango Hospital. Quality of medical care, one has got to have the right infrastructure, the right space, the right equipment. So we are trying our best to see that all those come on board for better clinical care, but also for quality education of people who come here to be trained. We have also established some important partnerships, one of which is our partnership with Uganda Christian University. In the last 4 years, we have started training doctors and dentists in partnership with the UCU School of Medicine. So those are some of the exciting projects we have seen that demonstrate the growth of Mango Hospital. We found out that...
Thank you. Did any of you donate blood down there with Mango Blood Bank? You donated? Before lunch, the gentleman told me no one had donated. Now, after lunch, after taking water, you donated. That is good. But please go and donate. Troika, you are ready? Come and tell us something about Troika. Ruby, you should be ready.
Yes. Good evening, doctors. My name is Kayongo James. I am a medical representative working for Troika Pharmaceuticals. I have moved with my colleague, is Kandekele Isif. And today, I had prepared 90 slides But when they told me that there is no time, then I've broken them to 6 slides. And for the interest of time, I'm going to take only 2 minutes of your time once I start. So Troika, someone help me change the slides. Basically, I'm going to highlight the brands and elaborate briefly about it. Dynap injection, thank you for making that brand, you doctors, and continue making it because we are not yet there. It is the only 1 ml diclofenac sodium for both IM and IV. Please go back on the previous slide. Okay. So stop, I'm going to change for myself. Thank you. So Dynap injection, 1 ml diclofenac sodium for both IM and IV administrations. Thank you, doctors, for making it, and please continue making it. We are not yet there. Then, after the injection, I have Dynap tablet. It can be part of your multimodal analgesia when you want changing the patient from injectable to oral. Dynap tablet is a combination of diclofenac sodium plus paracetamol 500 milligrams. This is indicated for management of acute pain and fever. It is given 1 days for 3 to 5 days, always after food. Thank you very much. Then the other product that I have is Zyka Extend X Yaka. This is paracetamol 1 gram, immediate release paracetamol combined with sustained release paracetamol. The immediate release is 325 milligrams, and the sustained release paracetamol is 675. Zyka is available everywhere, and kindly request for your support. Finally, Tido P Rapid. This is tramadol plus paracetamol. I know usually tramadol gives us nausea and vomiting for the GI effects, but now we have reduced the dosage of tramadol to 37.5 milligrams. The paracetamol is 325. We made it a squad tablet and it is dispersible, meaning you can take it as well in water. And when the patient takes it, they shouldn't enjoy it because they may become addicted. So, doctors, thank you. That was my presentation. Excuse me, a hand up. So one communication I want to make, I want to inform you that Dynap injection is now available in any MS, and kindly any hospital, government facility where you are working and it's not there, you can always ask for it through your pharmacist. Thank you very much. Oh, Troy K, this is vitamin K. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Troika. I think we have interacted with this before. Let's hear from another partner on board. Ruby, come and tell us something. Some of us here have been to Ruby. Is Denk Farmer nearby? Denk? Denk?
Thank you very much, Doctor. Mentors, tutors, and colleagues present, my name is Dr. Sayed. I serve in capacity of hospital administrator at Ruby Hospital. Indeed, it's true. I'll not be following the slide because of time, but I've tried to summarize my speech on a piece of paper. Hippocrates are considered to be the father of modern medicine. On such days, it is hard for us not to remember people like Dr. Kyalwazi, the father of surgery in Uganda. And on such days, we can fail to forget people like Dr. Sage Shurushuta, who is considered the father of surgery. We are humbled to work with the Association of Surgeons, and I bring you warm greetings from my MD, Mr. Karim Jamal. And indeed, if I am asked the role of surgery in economic development, does it matter? My answer is yes. Access to surgical care is a key indicator of the strength of a health system. Actually, approximately 71% of the world's population, chiefly in low and middle income countries, lack access to affordable, safe, and timely essential surgical care. In 2015, the World Health Assembly passed a resolution recognizing emergency and essential surgical care as a component of the universal health care. If universal health care is to be achieved, political prioritization and investments in surgical care delivery must be made in countries like Uganda. Surgery is an integral, invisible component of healthcare, yet an estimated 5 billion people worldwide currently lack access to safe, timely, and affordable surgical obstetric and anesthesia care. The provision of surgical, anesthetic, and obstetric care is essential in achieving universal health coverage, Sustainable Development Goal target. Historically, surgical care has been branded expensive and not scalable. This view has adversely limited the funding and the prioritization of surgical care delivery systems. To make appropriate investment in surgical health systems, Ruby Hospital has a good understanding of the epidemiology and cost of surgical care delivery, data on the economics and cost of surgical care delivery in countries like Uganda. Such data would help to inform the prioritization of surgical care delivery within national health plans. Additionally, it would aid policy formulation, resource allocation to improve surgical access and quality in developing countries like Uganda. Uganda has a gross domestic product of $642.78 United States dollars and a population of about 43 million people. Despite free care at government hospitals, 80% of Ugandans are reportedly at risk of catastrophic or impoverishing medical expenditures from surgical care. As Ruby Hospital, we have put our focus in subsidizing cost of surgery in order to create access to surgery and also increase patient volumes for surgery. Surgical conditions cause catastrophic expenses. Femur fractures is considered to be the most expensive surgical condition due to prolonged hospitalization associated with traction, immobilization, and lack of treatment modalities with shorter hospitalization. An understanding of operative volume and distribution is essential in facilitating targeted interventions to strengthen surgical capacity. Available data suggests that surgical workforce is a critical driver of operative volume in Uganda and in both private and public sector. Ruby Hospital continues to invest and grow in the surgical workforce, and we are requesting more surgeons to join us, since this is imperative to ensure access to safe, timely, and affordable surgical care. As I conclude, cesarean sections continue to dominate the surgical case mix in Uganda through its expected, and this will change investment in infrastructure. However, Ruby Hospital strives to increase operative volumes through working with different surgeons to provide safe, patient-centered services with a goal of increasing life expectancy. It would be unfair if I left this microphone without requesting surgeons to come for more laparoscopy, endoscopy, arthroscopy, bronchoscopy, thoracoscopy, cystoscopy, gastroscopy, hysteroscopy, and etc., and many other procedures. Indeed, I'm humbled to stand in front of all of you. It's a pleasure to have an opportunity to speak to our seniors. I will not leave without forgetting the principle of equity. This was said by Dr. Ecuador yesterday. And then when Dr. Simwe talked about solution to pollution being dilution, I would want to rest my case by saying that thank you for giving me audience to share about Ruby Hospital and the opportunities available in our facility. Looking forward to hosting you at Ruby Hospital as we further work together in building the surgery unit. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ruby Hospital. I think you have seen what they can offer. It's your choice. DHS, Dr. Yosam, I'm sure all of us have interacted with Dr. Yosam. He inspires us to go into entrepreneurship as doctors. We shall have this discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Nsubuga Yosam. I am an obstetrician and gynecologist and the director of Doctors Hospital Seguku, and recently the director of DHS Medical Logistics. Someone may wonder why an obstetrician is dealing in medical equipment. You realize that most of the people in equipment do not know how to use. They don't know what we need inside the operating room. And as a matter of bridging the gap, we started to, we thought about dealing in medical equipment and making surgery safe and affordable. At DHS, excuse me. Okay, thank you. So at DHS Medical Logistics, we've partnered with ALASU to try and promote minimal access surgery by making this equipment available. We've supplied this equipment as far as Chisizi Hospital in the west and Gulu and many other hospitals in Kampala. We deal in refurbished and new equipment, and we also service and maintain them. We have a variety of electrosurgical generators and ultrasonic scalpel systems in stock. And these are we have the resectoscopes for urology and gynecology. We also have the spare parts, the different loops. And these are just some of the laparoscopy instruments. And we install different types of equipment, including X-rays and fluoroscopy equipment. That's our team. And this was user training in one of the hospitals. We also do repairs of medical equipment, both that we've installed and those ones that we've not installed. Many people have lots of equipment lying in the hospitals. So what we do, our engineers usually partner with other engineers in other parts of the world who are more skilled, and we make the equipment work. So this is one of the engineers who was visiting here. You can see him repairing the fluoroscope in one hospital and the mammogram, which was repaired in another hospital. And so in this one, we do the capacity building for the local engineers, and also we wake up the equipment. These are some of just the equipment that different instruments, do laboratory equipment as well, different hospital furniture. Have hospital mattresses, ICU mattresses, and basically we are like a medical equipment supermarket. If you think about any equipment, DHS Medical Logistics will sort your need. All these ones, we have them, and various customers have benefited from them here in Uganda. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yosam. I'm going to ask you to clap for Dr. Yosam again. Asau has never called on Dr. Yosam and he refuses. He's always the first on the list. Let's clap for him again, please. Thank you very much. Someone to speak about DENK. We shall have a word from DENK, just 2 minutes. Then East Africa Medicals, and then we can end it there and maybe go to the AGM. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, all protocol observed. My name is Shadia, with my colleagues Sally and Lucky, Macrina as well. Denk is a pharmaceutical company with products made in Germany. We have our distributors as Eris and Laborex in Namanve. Our products are widely available. We have over 100 products available on market. But today, I'm just here to thank you for your support. We don't have any presentation in particular, but we are just here to thank you for your support. For whichever Denk product that you've ever prescribed, be it Paradenk, any, they're all available. We are about to get linozolid IV on board for your patients where you need to prescribe it. We shall be soon having it in the country. But I would like to inform you that we now have levofloxacin infusion, 500 mg in 100 ml in a glass bottle, which is ready to use, along with the usual Levodenk tablets, 500 milligrams and 250 milligram tablets. We request for your support whenever there is need, and you will always be rest assured of the quality from our products. Lastly, we also have apixaban, a new oral anticoagulant. We have 2.5 milligrams along with the 5 milligram tablet. They're available on market, branded as Axaban Denk. So anytime you need to prescribe an anticoagulant, maybe after surgery, you're worried of a clot forming in your client, please go for Axaban Denk 2.5 or 5 mg. We have clinical trials. You can get to our booth, to our stall there. We shall give you the information in case you need any information. We thank you for your support and appreciate you. Thank you for visiting us at our stall in the booth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Denk. Let's clap for them once again. These are people who have supported and partnered with us for a long time. We shall have the last one. Nicole, you can come up and talk to these people. She's from East Africa Medical Vitals. She called me herself on, today is Friday. She called me on Wednesday and told me, please send me the Asawa account details now. She did it actually. She overcalled me.
Their patients. So with that in mind, our directors thought to do this in Uganda so that we may promote the economy of the country while providing the necessary protection for surgeons, doctors, and any medical professionals. We started with powder-free gloves that are on the market. We are currently supplying NMS that supplies the entire country, and we are also supplying other private hospitals as well as the medical suppliers, consumable suppliers like pharmacies and the like. We have also begun the production of powdered gloves because the users gave us their feedback on the powder-free gloves, and there were some issues that came up when a surgeon who has just scrubbed in is going to wear the glove a few seconds after washing his or her hands, and they may have had difficulty when donning the gloves. We brought this feedback to our directors, and they made the decision to tap into the powdered gloves as well, so that they may have satisfied users all around. So we have recently begun this production. As of this month, we have a finished product for the surgical gloves. Soon, they will be on the market so that we may have satisfied users across the board. Because we have the ones who like the powdered, we also have the ones who would prefer to have the powder-free. There are very many reasons in the middle, but I won't go into that. We have our stall. You may visit us for any more information. What products we have available. We are servicing Uganda, Kampala, and the outer regions of Kampala, and we're also into export in the event that we may have any export clients from Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and other countries, we also service them. And yes, that's what we do for now. So the portfolio is going to be taken into also other medical sundries. For example, catheters, syringes, urine beakers, and other things. But for now, we have gloves. That is examination, surgical, that is powder-free latex, and powdered latex. And before, I think in the third quarter of the year, we shall also introduce nitrile gloves for the people who would like to have nitrile gloves as well. So yes, thank you for your time and for welcoming us. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Nicole. Dr. Eddie. So finally, we just want to thank the team that put this together. These gentlemen you see standing on the tripods and trying to focus. You remind me of my physics lessons when they used to say focus units. But the president will summarize.
Good evening once again, everyone. It's time for accountability, and I want to call this House of Surgeons to order. The Constitution of the Association of Surgeons of Uganda puts the responsibility on the Executive Council to call the annual general meeting in the first 3 months of every year. So I think we are still in time. We still have a few hours before that deadline passes. So we are calling the annual general meeting. The annual general meeting is the supreme body that governs the Association of Surgeons of Uganda. So that's why we are here in front of you as the Executive Council that you elected into office now for 1 year to give accountability. The quorum of the annual general meeting is supposed to be at least 1/3 of all the registered members and shall be known as the General Assembly. Do we make the quorum? I think we do. All right. So we are going to proceed. So before we begin with the President's speech, the annual general meeting usually is not interrupted by anyone else who is not a surgeon. But allow me have a small talk by the individuals that were contacted to provide professional indemnity to members of the Association of Surgeons of Uganda, to say something small, which we are going to discuss upon in our general meeting. That's why they are speaking now. So the people from UAP, kindly come and I'll give you a few minutes to talk about professional indemnity.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to describe you as ladies and gentlemen. My area of profession is quite different from yours. I may not pronounce well the words that you are familiar with. So my name is Henry Babu. With me is my colleague Rema Namboze. We've been here since these sessions began yesterday and today. So we are proud to be given that invitation to come to you to have something to say within your area of profession.
My task is very simple because it's a work in progress, and I know that you have already gotten something about what I'm about to elaborate more, but maybe just my request is the DJ to bring my presentation, and then we run through it briefly. I'm not going to take much time. UAP Old Mutual is not new to most of you. We are known of being the best insurers in Uganda and the region at large. However, we are 5 distinct companies within one umbrella. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are UAP General Insurance, UAP Life Assurance, UAP Financial Services, UAP Property Management, and UAP Medical, which of course works with the general insurance. The product you chose to procure from us is called Professional Indemnity of Risk Management. From your specialty, you are the only category of people in this country who are allowed to navigate the human body fully. Where I, for one, have never seen, you already know. So, given that you are interacting with quite a number of clientele, we know there are some areas which might actually be contrary to your performance and expectations. And so now in this case, we are looking in an area where a client might actually develop some other after service complications, which can actually be attributed to the nature of the service that has been rendered to them from your area of performance. So in this case, there are various options that a client might actually seek for redress in areas of authority. So we are now looking at this class of insurance being error and omissions insurance. They might term it like that, but professional indemnity is just that class of insurance that indemnifies or that protects the profession in a case of his nature of performing. There happens to be an omission or an error occurred, so which might actually cause the victim a financial loss afterwards. Like the descriptions on the board, you can see. Limit of indemnity in respect of any one employee per occurrence giving rise to a claim, or in the aggregate any one period of insurance. Here we mean, as an association, we are looking at you as one body, which is now seemed to be termed to be an employer, and then any error that any of you might actually come up that necessitates us to intervene and compensate the victim is what is being highlighted in sentence 1. In sentence 2 is that amount of money you as an association have put aside in one particular year, that in case anything of this nature happens, we have where to run it to and have it settled. So the claim, as the claims keep coming, you are reducing on that very amount of money allocated aside in this class of insurance. It keeps reducing. You can come up with a policy by saying that every deduction needs to be reinstated immediately. We can as well do that by passing an endorsement. There are quite a number of slides, but I'm going to focus in areas of concern, given my time is not so much. Claims basis, we mean that in case we shall be settling the claims as they come. Then under occurrence basis, we mean that, consequences of your of any requirement for you to compensate the victim may not actually manifest immediately. But we always give you a stretch of 1 year after this cover. Let's say you have decided not to renew, that within next year when you are off insurance, any incidents that is being reported to us as a result of your actions in the previous year, even when you are not insured, will be catered for within the next year. Yes, thank you so much, President, for understanding that, because it's very important. It doesn't mean that as the insurance has expired today, then everything has stopped. No, because during that period of insurance, you carried out something, and then after some time, someone developed a complication, went to the hospital, wherever they went, they discovered that the proximate cause of what they are actually complaining about was as a result of the event that was done in the year of insurance. So we shall be in a position to compensate. From within yourselves that you need this, but up to this date, we have entered another year. First quarter is almost off. We haven't yet booked this. I don't know whether the weakness is on our part or on your side. Kindly, we need to be advised in this area. The requirements are very simple, that just each of you is required to submit, because to submit the CV, that's the only requirement to the office, and then the office will give us the rest of the requirements. Your CV, of course, with contribution as per the invoice shared with you. So we would like to have you, to urge each one of us that hasn't actually submitted your CVs, kindly try to do that as soon as possible so it can expedite the process of having the cover booked. Because you may find that at any one time in the delays, something that requires to be settled has come up, and now in this case, since we haven't yet been booked, we may not actually be of help at all. So kindly try to respond in as far as the requirement is concerned. Thank you so much for your time. We really look forward to entertain any other incoming questions. Thank you very much.
There are going to be no questions, unfortunately. Thank you for that address. So you will excuse us so that we continue with the rest of the other discussions. So right now we're going to have the speech from the President of the Association of Surgeons of Uganda. Sorry, before he speaks, there is a survey that we are conducting as the scientific committee that operates. So just type in that URL and then you fill in that information.
Thank you, the General Secretary. Can I ask my executive to please come and take these seats? We were elected during COVID era. Some people don't know us. Please come and take these seats. General Secretary, Treasurer, Publicity. I had also requested that we project the Constitution, but as you prepare that, I will tell you when to project it. So I hope the people in the controls have it. It's been a good 2 days. Yesterday was a very good day, and I don't, for emphasis' sake, I want to really thank our General Secretary who came up with this idea. Many of us came here to see what is this landscape thing. Is it exterior design? Bagenda kusimba bimuli? Storage. Now we know what landscape is all about. The surgical landscape. Actually, it became clearer to me as I was thinking about it last night. What is the surgical landscape in Uganda? And the exhibition was great. The presentations have been even greater. So I really want to thank my executive for coming up with this idea. And I want to thank you for supporting us. Throwing questions, subscribing, which you're about to do, paying and coming, weathering the rain. If you hadn't come, this would have been a huge, huge flop. But you came, participated, and we feel very encouraged.
I'll just repeat a few of the things I've said over these past 2 days and emphasize a few. This executive, which I will introduce yet again, I hope you're not bored of that. I will not ask them to stand, they'll just put up their hands slightly. Professor Moses Garakande is the president-elect. Dr. Edward Kakungulu is the Secretary General. Where is Were? Please come. There is a chair for you. You are coming. Dr. Flavia Were is our Assistant Secretary General. There are some people who have never seen Were, you people. Me, I saw her, and I have been seeing her. Don't fill in the gaps. Is our Assistant Secretary General. Owechitibwa Dr. Setavi Eden Michael is our Treasurer. Dr. Victor Chigonya is our Publicity Secretary. Dr. Shikanda, not around. Dr. Christine is our Assistant Information. And then, as you know, we've got representatives. Any representative in the House? I think they've gone. Dr. Kakembo, if you're in the House, please. Oh, you're here. Oh, sure. Sorry. Dr. Kakembo is our central representative. So we are 18 right now because West Nile doesn't have a representative. For some reason, last year, Dr. Alenyo was. This year, I think because of COVID and all that, we were not able to elect. And since we are getting on fairly well, we thought maybe we'll do it in the next election. So we are 19 members, 18 right now, and we've been working very well. We started by having monthly physical meetings, and gentlemen like Dr. Bitamazire would come from Hoima and attend, and the attendance has been very good. But eventually we went online. We are attending meetings online monthly, and every 3 monthly we do a physical meeting. So I really want to thank my team once again for the work so far done. If it wasn't for this team, we wouldn't be having any of this that we're looking at. Again, I will just emphasize that one of the main things, Dr. Okidi has just walked in. He's the representative for the North. Thank you very much. He always drives from Gulu and comes here. We want you up here. The stage is getting smaller, but just find a chair and squeeze it next to Dr. Victor. Our main projection, our main thrust, amongst the many other things, we are trying to get our soul out of the closet into the community and beyond. Of course, the COVID years were really bad. They made the bad situation worse. We couldn't meet, we couldn't do camps, we couldn't do anything. We were the ground, we were halted to the ground. But we thank God that COVID, we got on top of the situation, and now we are out and about. Sorry, the stage was meant for fewer people, but let's squeeze ourselves here. We do it better elsewhere. So the details of what we've been doing, the Secretary General will mention, but I just throw a few highlights. Of course, we've revamped the website, we've branded attire, branded van, try to get offices in Mulago, outside Mulago, within the Mulago Hill, next to which we are trying to get the skills lab, which, as you have been hearing from the different conversations, is something that has potential to help the profession, but also put the foot down on our role in the development of the surgical career or the surgical profession in Uganda. We've also tried to have our activities outside Mulago, outside Kampala. The Registrar Symposium last year was in Barara, and now the AGM is in Entebbe, which from the whispers I've been hearing, people are appreciating, which is good. And we want to try and have publications. But the Achilles heel in all this is the funding. You can have very many good dreams, and this is what happens. You may have very many good dreams. You open your mouth once, a rich man picks it, implements it, while you're still looking for transport to go and submit the proposal. If we don't have funds, our ideas are as good as nothing. I know you know this because you are adults, some of you run homes, some of you run hospitals. Please, in the same zeal that you implement, whatever you implement, know that a good idea is only an idea until it is funded and rolled out. I have just noticed that I left out the other representatives. Wechitiwa Jombwe, I will not ask you to come here because we're already congested. Country Rep, Koseksa, and I think the others whom I've mentioned again and again. So please forgive my omission. So I would like to appeal to us gently again, and as we'll be hearing from the financial report, as of this year, we are only a handful that have actually subscribed. This is now AGM, we must speak the truth. A handful that have subscribed. And that is partly because of the drive for this function. So we really must up our game in this area. Having said that, however, I would like to either make the bad situation worse or hopefully make it better. I have two constitutional amendments I would like to propose and present to you for discussion, and if they are passed, we can implement them or we can moderate them. I would like us to increase our subscription fees yet again. And these subscription fees should deliver the following four things. One, we should be able to give you your annual practicing license from your subscription fee, 55 USD. We should be able to give you your indemnity cover, 185, 190 USD on your subscription fee. We should be able to give you a paraphernalia. Last year we gave you a shirt or a blouse. We should be able to, you should actually be able to choose from the following and more. A shirt or a blouse branded, theater scrubs, clinical coat, a pin, a coffee mug, and whatever else we come up with. And to this, we can put aside 25 USD, about 100,000. And from that, you can pick one of those paraphernalias once you have subscribed. And then we should have a sizable amount to leave to the activities of a soul. So I am proposing that we increase our subscription fees to $500 per year. And this must be paid by the end of the third month of the year. I put that line after Dr. Kakungulu mentioned the AGM. So by the AGM, the very same, actually we will have faltered on the requirements for the annual practicing license. By the first 3 months, we should be able to give you your annual practicing license. Of course, we will have broken the rules because you should have come by 31st. We should be able to assure you of your indemnity cover, including the 3 months that have gone. We should be able to give you your clinical court or whatever you pick, and we should have money in the association to use for whatever we have decided to use. I'm throwing it out there, let it be discussed, and we move forward. The second proposal that I'm throwing in is that we need to increase, although we're not fitting on this committee, on this table here, I want us to increase this council. This is Uganda. More districts, more constituencies. So we want to increase this council, but this is the reasoning. We have had associations come up from amongst us, and that is very fine. The pediatricians, the orthopods, the ophthalmologists, the ENT, the laparoscopic surgeons, the GI surgeons, very healthy. Urology, we are launching ours in May. All these are welcome, and we should have no problem with them. We actually have no problem. But for the sake of being harmonized, I am proposing that the presidents or the chairpersons of these associations should have permanent seats on the council of the Association of Surgeons of Uganda. And because of that, we can drop a few places. We can drop Mlago, After all of us are from Mulago. We can reduce from COSEXA, one country representative enough. We could also reduce on the past presidents. We only have the immediate past president, and we don't have to have the past president. But even if we retain all of them and we are 30, it is okay. This is Uganda. But the spirit is such that when a soul sits, when the council sits, we have a harmonized position that goes across all the associations. But I would like to quickly add that I would not be in favor of us requiring the associations to subscribe to a soul. No. The subscription of the members is enough. The president will subscribe and their members will subscribe. So that subscription, if we follow what I'm proposing, will be enough. But let those presidents have a seat on their soul council. I said 2. There were 3 proposals. The third proposal is what I'm cheekily sneaking into this discussion. You saw me putting on my gown. This is my graduation gown for COSEXA. I'm actually I'm even laughing. I'm the first fella of urology by exams of urology. So just clap for me in case you didn't understand. But it's okay. But this gown belongs to COSEXA. And every country surgical association is the local chapter of COSEXA. So we subscribe to COSEXA. I would want us to up our game in the regalia of their sole president. And I'm just proposing something simple. Let's get this very same gown, keep the colors of COSEXA, touch it a little bit. We can put our logo on one of the chests, and then we can put the names of the past presidents and the years they were presidents down on the hems. Are they called hems? And so that in 2065 or 2021, the names are so many that we need to create a second page here and a third page here. Why? I admire the regalia that, the medallion that the president of COSEXA is donning. When you are wearing that regalia and you have the name of the past and the past and the past, it's not a joking subject. Don't just walk anyhow. You are carrying the honor of the association. You are carrying the history of the association with you. So I would want, and it's a proposal, we can, play around with it. We come up with a gown for the president of the Association of Surgeons of Uganda. I don't think we need a motorboard. We can leave that one out. We can just play around with the sleeves, maybe add another black and another, make it a little bit longer. We are partnering with Chrisams. They can play around with this to make it better. Those are my proposals. They're up for discussion. I'll just mention a few more things. We have come up with a strategic plan. And again, I want to exclusively thank Dr. Kakungulu for putting pen to paper and coming out with a document. At the very least, we have got a document down on paper as our strategic plan, and we need to give him a round of applause. This first 5-year strategic plan covers a number of areas, and we have broken it into annual activities. They are now calendared. I was mentioning them yesterday. I'll mention them again. We have dropped pins with dates. Let me just talk about the surgical camp. We know that every second week of September, we're going to be doing a surgical camp. And we have said 2023 will be in the Greater Lango region. 2024 will be in Ankole, I think. 2025 will be in West Nile. We stopped at 3. So every new executive which comes will just add one more, so that we have got a 3-year strategy to engage the MPs, the local politicians, and all that and all that. Now, going back, every February, and we have the dates, I think again it is the second week, we must do a pre-camp visit. Every March, the last week, we must do the AGM, the Kyalwazi Memeorial, scientific, and now we've added landscape. Every July, second week again of July, we must have a registrar's symposium. Every October, we must have a women's high tea. And every December, we will have an annual surgeon's dinner. Those activities are just highlights of what is in that strategic plan. But we want to have these activities for various reasons. One, for planning, and again, we want to thank the input from Professor Garokande. We want to be able to tell our potential partners, people plan, and that's how we tell the difference between, I wanted to say boys from men, but low income and middle income. People plan ahead. So you call the president of the Association of Surgeons, of the American surgeons, say, so can I come next year? When is your AGM? You're like, we'll get back to you. No, you should be able to say that in 2025, it will be on such and such a date, and it is there. We want to be able to be predictable. We also want to have permanent partners. People who can put us also in their strategic plan, in their annual work plans, and in their budgets, so that they know this year we've got solid partners, Ministry of Health being one of them, National Medical Stores, Umeme, so many who have traditionally partnered with us. But our problem has been going to them 1 week before the event. 1 month, they're like, we've read. So we have a strategic plan, we have activities which we want to sell to our partners so that they put us in their strategic plans also and fund us. Finally, finally, just want to re-echo what Dr. Olive has been talking. We put together a committee. Again, Dr. Olive has done great with a couple of members to come up with a skills lab. I won't take long on that because I've said this before. We already have 5 curriculums. We're already targeting, I've customized them for medical students, interns, SHOs, surgeons in training, surgeons who are trying out new skills and new technologies. And you know we're already accredited by UMDPC to give CME hours. We want to backtrack that or reinforce it so that part of the accreditation of the surgeon, either the one who is coming from abroad or they say, first go to ASO. When they send him to ASO, we say, okay, go to the skills lab, we have booked you for next 2 weeks, go through that course. Go through the course, get certified, and we know their skills are up to scratch. So one, take it down that road. We already have space, but we haven't even paid. If they got a customer, that space may go. And as Dr. Chigonya was saying, just yesterday, Mengo Hospital was whispering to us, when they have expanded, they are opening up 4 new theaters. They are thinking of relinquishing to us their current theater. That would be great. We would start with our wet lab there. So we need to act fast, but we need to act in a particular direction. So in this space, with a surgical skills lab, both dry and wet, we want to occupy this space so that we can participate in impartation of skills at all those levels and ultimately be an accreditation center. And of course, we're already offering CME. The last one is pretty much a continuation of this. Ultimately, we want COSEXA to be a force to be reckoned with, to be part of the university curriculum training program, so that every university, every association, any professional group will say, go to ASO for this course. And once you have got a signature from ASO, they know you have had the significant training. I would like to end my remarks there and wish us a very good AGM, and hope my proposals will be discussed favorably and will see the light of day. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mine is not a speech, it is a report. So I'm going to ask IT to project the PowerPoint project I gave them. Mr. Bua, did he leave? Or are you around? I think he left. The representative from Eastern Uganda, Mr. Vitamazire, was also around. I think they have left. All right, so let me start straight away. I want to thank you for giving us this responsibility to represent the Association of Surgeons of Uganda. Wherever you go and you introduce yourself as a member of the council, there is respect that is carried along that title, which you might not have you as an individual. And as we know, the Association of Surgeons of Uganda has been around from the late 80s. And we now have over 500 surgeons of different subspecialties. And we have 4 training institutions, that is Makerere, Mbarara, Gulu, UMU, and COSEXA that trains both MSc and fellows. Our annual subscription fee stands at 350,000 Uganda shillings or $100. Associate members are still paying 50,000 shillings. And last year, I'm happy to report we had a record subscription of 90 members. I think we deserve a clap. Thank you so much for your monies. So the activities that we had, as the president noted clearly, we have monthly executive council meetings. We are in plans to establish a secretariat. A secretariat means you have an office, which we have at Prot 93 Kafero Road in Mulago. And then you have to fill that secretariat with individuals to run the secretariat. These are administrative secretary. I'm the general secretary, but my work is not ideally to sit down and make reports for things. Ideally, it's not supposed to be. But I do that because we don't have an administrative secretary. As the Association of Surgeons of Uganda, we don't have an accountant, and yet we have a lot of money, so all the work rests on the treasurer. A lot of work rests on the executive council, which is already filled by very, very, very busy people with so many tasks to perform. That's why we need to establish a secretariat, and that's why we embarked on that journey. We do pre-camp visits, which have now been scheduled every February. In March, we always have a surgical landscape exhibition. That one now I don't have to talk about it. You know what it is, right? Annual scientific conference, that one is also has been known for long. The Kyalwazi Memeorial lecture, I don't know if I should brag a bit, but I think we've had the best Kyalwazi Memorial lecture ever. Thank you. And currently we're having the annual general meeting. In July of last year, we still had, I think, one of the best registrars symposium ever still, and the first one to be held outside of Kampala. We traveled with so many people. We had a lot of support, especially from the Society of Uganda Gastrointestinal and Endoscopic Surgeons. The members of that association who are around, kindly, let's appreciate them. They supported us in that effort. And on that same day, on that same event, we had, should be the first annual registrars dinner. It was also held in Mbarara, and we are introducing something new. We want to expand the number of lectures that we have so that we can be able to celebrate ourselves more than enough. Currently, we are celebrating, I think, only one surgeon. That's Professor Kyalwazi. But we are so many. So slowly by slowly, we will increase on the number of lectures we have. And when we sat in our planning meeting last November, we agreed that we start a public lecture, and that public lecture is going to be named the Professor Stephen Cyril Kijambu Public Lecture. We don't want to celebrate people when they are dead. We want to celebrate the living. More activities. We have surgical camps, and last year we went to Buked sub-region. We had a very, very, very successful surgical camp. And we worked on a lot of patients. Then we introduced a new activity, something called the Women's High Tea. There is a song that is very famous right now. They say, "Omwana yafumbye chai wenjai," but it's not this one. And this is not to make people high, but it is a high tea. It's something that we also had to learn when the ladies from the women in surgery in Uganda proposed to have it. But it is a completely innocent tea. We also participate in the COSEXA meeting, the one that we had in Namibia, and some of our members came up with awards. I myself, yes, I didn't attend, but while I was asleep, they told me I had won a he for she award. Still, many of us don't know what it is. I have it in my house. You can come and look at it. Sorry. We also had a very successful end of year dinner, and this year we decided to celebrate camps. We actually celebrated 25 years of conducting surgical camps. The idea is we should phase out these surgical camps eventually by advocating for an improvement of healthcare, surgical healthcare in the country. But as far as we stand, realistically, we cannot do away with them. They help us a lot to reduce on the backlog of patients that are there. Then we had the famous fun day. We had fun. People came, by the way, though not as many as we expected. We had the match between the Association of Surgeons of Uganda and the Orthopedic Surgeons of Uganda. Dr. Chigonya, how many goals did we score at the Orthopedic Surgeons of Uganda? I think it was 10-6. Yes, we won. It was netball, but you are not there. How can you tell? And in the morning, we had a very successful Zumba dance. If we had time, we would have put the dance here and we see how people danced. It was interesting. Miss Fulal is laughing because she's really nice dancer. So the fun day, and we want to continue holding that fun day going forward. We have monthly ASO mentorship series, and as you know, we've hosted quite a number of high-profile individuals to mentor us so that we can learn new things. And I want to encourage us to participate in these mentorship talks. We've had Dr. Ian Clark, we've had Miss Winnie Byanyima, we've had the Katikiro of Uganda, we've had so many people, because we hold it every month. We've had Mr. Tom Mwambu. These are very high-profile people, and we have a lot to learn from them. That's why I will keep bringing them. And I think next month we might talk to Dr. Sabrina. And I want to encourage us as well, if you are approached and you are requested to offer this mentorship talk, please come up so that we can be able to learn from you. We have partnerships. The partners that we've signed with Memorandum of Understanding, we have Bulamu Healthcare, where we participate in their surgical intensives, surgical camps. We have Umeme. Umeme has continually supported us in our surgical camps. We are writing a memorandum of understanding with other health professional associations that is being driven by AOGU, the Association of Obstetrics and Gynecologists of Uganda. And we have a memorandum of understanding with the Neurosurgical Society of Uganda. Though I should be honest, I think the terms have not been respected very well, and we don't know how to enforce them. We can continue. So the upcoming projects, we opened up an account as the Association of Surgeons of Uganda for the ASO Development Fund. And Mr. President, I'm happy to inform you that we raised, I think, over 11 million shillings. I'm not good with the numbers. The treasurer keeps tag of that. And I have a few certificates with me to award or to give to those who are able to come up and give us the initial funds. As Professor Baze was talking this morning, he said that as health professionals, you should first come up with something. Then you look for someone to match that. So this is one way of getting funds. I have a belief that we can collect these funds now and then give them back to the surgeons in the future when Association of Surgeons of Uganda becomes profitable. We have a strategic plan, as the President has noted. We will have to hold a few stakeholders meeting so that we can be able to implement it in partnership with the whole association. As Professor Bazio still said, most of the knowledge is actually among you. We are only 19. You are, if you subtract 19 from 500, that means the greatest knowledge is among the people, the AGM. So we'll have to hold stakeholders meeting to pass it. You'll forgive me, I speak very slowly, but I want to make these points very clearly. The ASO Investment Club, I'm sorry to sneak this one in, but it's an idea we actually had like 2 years ago, but which we might need to resurrect so that we can improve the welfare of surgeons, encourage a saving culture, and solve many of the challenges people meet when they are unable to earn for one reason or another. The professional indemnity, I can't labor that much. The UAP has presented. And skills training, Ms. Olive Kobusinje pointed that out clearly. We celebrated along with people who are celebrating. Can we continue, please? Okay, so I want to inform you that one who used to know as Mr. Frank Asimwe is now a professor of surgery at King Caesar University. Miss Jane Fualal Odubu is now Madam President of the College of Surgeons of East, Central and Southern Africa. Professor Moses Galukande is now the Chancellor of Clark International University. Professor Francis Omaswa is now the Chancellor of Soroti University. Mr. Muleledu became the Medical Director of KOSU. Professor Kitia is the President of the Neurosurgical Society of Uganda. Professor Chamanywa is now the Vice Chancellor of Uganda Matters University. You can continue. And a few of us had an opportunity to celebrate with Professor Galukande 25 years in marriage. And still some of us attended Professor Luboga and Mrs. Luboga's 50 years in marriage. I don't know, Professor Kakande celebrated how many years? I'm forgetting. 50 years in marriage. And then, sister? Sister Dr. Reverend Margaret Ajiko now has a PhD in pediatric surgery. You'll forgive us if we haven't mentioned the things you achieved. Mostly it's because you did not share with us your achievements. But we would like to celebrate with each and every single one of you. ASO does not segregate amongst its members. We celebrate with each and every single one of us. We had our low moments when we lost Mr. Stuma, who was a pediatric surgeon in Mbarara, and Mr. Stephen Muwazi, who was an orthopedic surgeon in Zambia Hospital. Mr. Craven, we also lost him. I think it was Professor Krikol. We lost Dr. Margaret Chituka, who is Miss Chituka's mother. And we lost, can we continue? We lost Dr. Muhammad Ali and a number of other health professionals in Mubende due to the Ebola epidemic. We lost Mr. Ogwang's dad. Mr. Ogwang is a senior consultant surgeon in Lacho Hospital. We lost Mr. Olalo Charles' dad. Mr. Mutiaba was particularly hit hard. I rarely attend funerals, and I never attended one where you are burying two people on the same day. It's really a sad moment. We lost Sister Bwanika recently, and Mr. Moses Rutalo was very key at the urology unit in Mulago. Let's observe a moment of silence. May their souls rest in eternal peace. We have opportunities. We've seen an increased interest of ASO members in ASO activities, and we need to clap for ourselves. We've seen an increase in the subscription of members. I think the year before our year, only 4 members had subscribed. So jumping from 4 to 90 is a big achievement. Thank you, and thank you. We are seeing opportunities for funding. I know my treasurer here scratches his head all the time because of Kakungulu's extravagancy. I do big things, and big things require big money. I don't know how many millions he will have to cough out of his pocket for this event, but I always trust him. His pockets are also very big. But this is all because of you, and we want to thank you, those of you who have been able to help us raise the funds to carry out all the projects that we do, including this event, which was big, and for sure it was very costly. But I'm sure we'll be able to meet the funds for it. Thank you so much. The other slide. Yes, I think that is going to be my last slide. Mr. President, would you be kind enough to help me give out these certificates before I go away?
They come up at the podium.
We might need some volunteers to receive some of the certificates because some people are not here. We have Dr. Olive Kobusinje was the first to contribute 3.24 million shillings to the ASO Development Fund. Thank you for supporting the ASO Fund. The ASO Fund is supposed to build the ASO House, which members of this AGM have always been yearning for. We have Dr. Rachel Aikolu contributed 1 million shillings to the ASO Development Fund. Someone help us receive Ms. Aiko's certificate, please. And someone please also receive Dr. William Manyirira's certificate. He contributed 4 million shillings to the ASO Development Fund. Yes, there was one for money, I think. We also had Sister Najuka, but I think her certificate was delivered. I don't see it among these ones. It's not there. Oh, Sister Najuka contributed the 2 million shillings to the ASO Development Fund. Someone help us receive Sister Najuka's certificate. So this is what we call a tafali. Thank you so much for the tafali that you've placed on the ASO. I'm doing this to make you jealous so that you can also make some contribution to the ASO Development Fund. Dr. Hussein Senyonjo contributed 1 million shillings to the ASO Development Fund. That money is very secure. It's on a secure account. We had Troika. Do you have the certificate for Troika? Is that one, eh? Troika did not contribute to the ASO Development Fund, but it gave us funds for the Bukedi Surgical Camp. Someone will receive it, will deliver it later. Dr. Victor, kindly help us receive the certificate for Troika. Bulamu Healthcare also contributed a lot of money and support to the Bukedi camp. Bulamu Healthcare, can someone help us receive the certificate for Bulamu Healthcare? Yes. Board members, we are very proud of you. Thank you so much. City Oil, Uganda. I remember the president standing at City Oil saying, Haji Alagide, fill 1,000 liters. And by then, a liter of fuel was how much shillings? It was like 7,000 shillings. So it was 7,000 at the peak of when the oil was lacking. They gave us 1,000 liters of fuel, and we are very grateful. Someone help us receive the certificate for City Oil. Haji Nasser, yes. We are so grateful. Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero contributed to the surgical camp as well. Someone can help us receive the certificate for Honorable Dr. Monica, yeah, she gave us 15 million shillings. In addition, she got us a van from the Ministry of ICT, and she came to Budaka. We are with her in Budaka, in Kibuku, and in Palisa to mobilize people for. So Uganda Wildlife Authority gave us a very huge bus. Someone help us to receive on behalf of the. For the minister, someone received the minister's certificate. We were unable to call them here, but we will deliver their certificates. Yeah, we can give her one. All right, someone help us receive the certificate for Uganda Wildlife Authority. Uganda Wildlife Authority. Ayagala maziki nga fresh daddy. All right, we have a certificate for the Ministry of Health. They got us all the drugs and everything that we needed. We should probably have given that out yesterday when the permanent secretary was here, but let's receive it and then we'll deliver it. 154 million shillings worth of 54 millions, yes, worth of drugs. Thank you, Mr. Mona, for very soon. This is how people claim the positions, but I don't know if the minister will agree to that. The Parliament of Uganda gave us transport, and it has given us transport even when we are traveling to Mbarara. We will send that certificate to them. Yeah, still the Member of Parliament, you see, and Minister of Health. And then finally, the National Medical Stores. We are glad. The Treasurer is very excited to give out these certificates because he knows when there's no funds, there is really nothing we can be able to do. So this one is to show that as the Association of Surgeons of Uganda, we appreciate each and every individual who contributes whatever amount of money they have. And those who have been able to contribute now, we will have the certificates or the plaques, whatever we'll be able to come up with, and give them out at the next occasion we have. The challenge is most of the times when you go into an occasion like this, you really don't have all the funds. Like I'll tell you, 2 weeks ago on a Wednesday, we sat in a meeting for this event, and we had zero money for the event. But we've been able to mobilize for it, and we've been able to come up with the event. But the people who have given us the money will get an opportunity to reward them. So my speech has been lengthy, and I hope it hasn't made you sleep, but that is my report. Thank you, and thank you again. All right, yes, then the Treasurer's report.
Okay. Good evening. All protocol observed. I know people are tired, but I'll make it a little quick. IT team, please project. When we came into office, this executive, we had a lot of aspirations and objectives we had to fulfill, but most importantly, we had to look for money. When we came, next slide, when we came into office, in the year 2020, no one paid subscription. We knew COVID and all those other issues happened. 2021, there were 9. Then we went to 94 in 2022. And then so far, as of today, we have 11. Okay, we have 11. Now, what are our sources of funds? Mostly, we are getting funds from subscriptions and then sponsorships. You realize that in 1 year when we had 94 people paying their subscription, the activities we carried out increased. But the years before, when 11 also people, the people who are paying the subscription were executive members actually. And a few, if you look at the records, a few of our senior colleagues who pay their subscription whenever they come for the AGM. But by and far, people were not paying what? Subscription. So we needed to find a way of increasing our source of funding. When we came into office, we had 3 million shillings on our account oversaw. But the day we were voted into office, we managed to collect 15.57 million shillings that day. Then the sponsors, the pharmaceutical companies came in and conference fees. At the end of it all, we managed to have a balance of 19,128,000 shillings. Now that's the money this executive started with. But we had to carry out all the activities as per the calendar, but then also increase the activities as the Secretary General has reported. Now, the first activity we went for was the Registrar Symposium. Sorry, the font. So we managed to get 82 surgeons and residents attend the Mbara Registrar Symposium. And those are the ones who managed to register. But some didn't register, they just came in, attended, and left. But those we managed to capture were 82 who attended the symposium. From the ASOU monies, we managed to house all people who came to Mbarara and feed them for attending this symposium. But we got some little funding, as you see, from Troika, Capital Imaging, and DHS. I don't know how DHS missed out on the certificates, but DHS has been funding us almost every activity we go for. But I also want to thank specific people who gave us sponsorship. Professor Galkande gave us 1.7 million shillings. And these other collections were from shirts. But the Nsambia team managed to sponsor their SHOs, and Makerere also sponsored, and KIU. So here we encourage all universities that have teaching institutions, when we have the Registrar Symposium, you please help sponsor them to attend, because there's a lot of learning that goes on. I want to go to the next slide. Now, most of the money for the symposium came from the what? The subscription money, and we had no other sources minus the few sponsors. However, when we went to for the Bukedi camp in September, we were still short of money because few subscriptions had still come in from only 11 members. But we got support, I think Mr. Moumuza, Mr. Doi, Professor Sebufu, and Mr. Nsubuga. It's 950,000, but it took us a mileage in this camp. And for those who have organized these camps before, you know how difficult it is to get this money and at the same time carry out this camp. But I want to also thank Professor Frank Asimwe, and I think it was Mr. Chirabwire also, for calling Honorable Dr. Musenero every single day. Because there is a time we reached when we didn't have money to even pay for the accommodation of the people we took for the camp. So getting the 15 million shillings, really, Professor, we thank you very much for that. Dr. Jane Falal, when we called, she also called through our connections, and Mr. Basa Jabalaba gave us 2 million shillings. But also, in absence, Dr. Chituka, through the connections, we managed to get some money, significant money from Omeme. If you look at the 43.8 million, if we didn't get that money, we wouldn't have had a camp. And remember, we're coming from a period of COVID. Sponsors are slow in coming in. We were not sure if they are going to get into another lockdown maybe in the near future. So the camps, it was like a try, but we had to have the camp happen. So collecting that money really was really difficult. So I thank the team that collected. But however, we managed to have a camp worth 56,243,000 shillings. That means the balance had to come still from our subscriptions from the SOA account. This made us even poorer. But we're lucky that at least we were getting into the 70s and 80s in terms of subscription from the members. Now, currently, what do we have? Currently, as of 30th of March, 2023, we have 51,855,493. There's one thing I left out was their soul dinner. And why I'm putting zeros there is that we agreed to have a dinner, and the dinner was fully sponsored by us. So when we were negotiating with the hotel, we were paying for what we are going to eat. So each surgeon was paying for their food. And we agreed as executive that that shouldn't be paid for by us all. So everything was paid for by the surgeons. And I want to still thank Professor Asimwe for partly sponsoring the entertainment. Because sometimes I can be a little hard, and as Mr. Kakunguru has said, I tell them, ASO is not giving you money for this activity. But the president really wants things to be done. So he insisted, I'll pay for the entertainment, I'll pay for the band, let people pay for their what? Their meals. And we had, to me, a successful dinner. And if we continue having these annual events, we get to meet, interact, but also that dinner was to hand over, I think the president, we had to hand over the mantle to the Lango team that is going to host us in the next, isn't it? Yes, in the next camp that we're having this September. And we had to invite the members of parliament. Now, for us to look for money for the pre-camp visit, these are some of the doors we knock. So when we involve some of those politicians, they help us generate the funds that we use for these activities, since subscriptions alone cannot be able to foot the bills of the activities we have. We have that money on account as of today, but like Mr. Kakunguru said, he organizes big things. Much of that money is going to reduce. But at least for the first time ever, our account has grown this big. Now, permit me to talk about the ASO Development Fund collections. We have a separate account for the ASO Development Fund. And we have so far collected 11,230,750 shillings. Any amount really counts. When we put it on the forum, I saw people are contributing 4, 1, 2 millions. And I think some of us of 200, 100 feared. Please, let us all contribute. That account will grow. And still, on this issue, we are looking for land. We have people who have promised us land, but until you get a land title or a lease title, you do not have. But I'm confidently telling you, we are almost there. But as you know, the land issues in this country, it takes a toll, but we're almost there. But the questioner has asked, how much money do you have when we give you our 10 acres of land? How much money do you have? Are you going to keep the land idle? Are you going to start constructing? We submitted a presentation, and the possible funders appreciated it, and they want to fund us. But that question still lingers. If they give us land, what are we going to do? Are we going to start constructing with 11 million? So I call upon all of you, on top of paying your subscription, we contribute to the development fund, and sooner or later we shall share with you the plans of the proposed building we want to have. And some of these things, the wet lab, dry lab, simulation rooms and the likes we want to create, theaters, offices for the different associations can be housed in this very premise. And this very premise can be one of the income generating sources for us all. So let us think big, let us push, and let's have this work. Because when we get it done, then we can proudly say as an executive we did something, but mostly as a soul, we did something. I had a thought, finally, as I conclude. If we had over 90 subscriptions last year, and we managed to do what you're seeing so far, if approximately 50% of us, let's say 200 surgeons, pay their 350,000 on time, that's the amount of money we have. Most of the things we do to look for the monies for such a conference can be sorted when we have money to move. I appreciate this team. Dr. Namugenyi, I don't know what the president will, which plaque they will give you. Dr. Kigonya, the general secretary, they moved using their own money to these funders. And they called them every single day. They had sleepless nights to get us more than 30 million shillings. That has made this day happen. So we have to move away from that belief that people are not going to be paid for the activities they do. As the treasury, we should be able to pay somebody to go and meet a sponsor, to submit our proposal, to pick our checks, but not using their own what? Their own money. Okay? And two, we need to revamp our office. I remember we met with Mr. Frank, the team from Troika, at our new offices. So we had to go to UMA down to borrow tables, chairs, and sit in an office. So that we meet people from out, we think they'll help us fund a simulation lab. Yet we have the capacity, if we get such an amount of money, to fix our office, to have somebody in the secretariat, somebody to help us draft these proposals, so that we can always keep pushing and get more funds in. Thank you very much. That's the financial report. Get more funds in. Thank you very much. That's the financial report. However, Mr. President, I wanted to also suggest one amendment in our constitution, if you permit. The constitution states that the AGM has to be in Kampala. However, in my opinion, I think that time when we had a few medical schools, or mostly Makerere, so the AGM had to be in Kampala. But we have now many schools training surgeons, so I believe we should amend to allow the AGM to be in other parts, other districts in the country. Right now, this is already a breach of our constitution being in Entebbe. But if we amend that in our constitution, we can be able to even move it next year to Gulu, Soroti, Lira, everywhere else we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We often don't want to break rules, so the consultation was that this is Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area, so that we can still have it here within the law. But yes, I agree with Mr. Treasurer. We probably need to make it much more clearer. COSEXA and so are 2 and they are 1. So at this moment, I want to invite the representative of the College of Surgeons of East Central and Southern Africa, who sits on the Executive Council, to give the COSEXA report. Thank you.
Mr. President, sir, Mr. Incoming President, my boss, the COSEXA President, all past presidents, ASO Executive, ladies and gentlemen, I join all of you to appreciate the ASO Council for putting this together. And as has been echoed repeatedly this afternoon, ASO is the local chapter of COSEXA. Whatever is done by ASO is to further the development of COSEXA. COSEXA is now present in 14 countries and counting, and our training capacity keeps increasing every day. Indeed, we are taking on so many trainees now as we cover the gaps of our traditional training institutions, which can't take all, like the M.Med applicants. We are all well versed with what COSEXA does, what COSEXA has done. I'm happy when I look around, I see graduates of COSEXA, like our president, who continue to be ambassadors of COSEXA. We are developing under the able leadership of our Madam President. We are in advanced stages of introducing new courses. We're introducing a fellowship in GIT surgery. We're introducing a fellowship in breast and endocrine. And we already have a fellowship in cardiothoracic surgery. So the sky is the limit. All those who are interested in training are advised to visit our website. Those who need one-on-one, you could get in touch with me or with Dr. Joel Chiriabwire. Even our president is freely available. She will be more than willing to meet you and answer your queries. We want to encourage all of you to be active members of COSEXA, pay your subscriptions, and then take part in the training of our students. We need to open up new training centers, which will be accredited by the council, so that if you're in Mbale, you can train from Mbale. If you're in Arua, you don't have to come to Kampala, you can train from there. That would make training a lot easier. COSEXA being a professional kind of training, unlike the academic training of universities, comes in hand in that you train where you work with the people whom you've been working with, and then you get your lectures online, and we meet once in a while if we have some few ideas to share physically. Fill in your logbook, then we prepare for the exams, and then there you are, you pass. Last year we had a very good percentage of our candidates successfully completing their training. And maybe to add, COSEXA, I think, should be the cheapest training program right now. You pay an entry fee, and then you wait for exam and graduation, which you don't find in most training institutions. So ladies and gentlemen, that was a brief on COSEXA. For us, our college has no walls. It has no boundaries. If I'm in Sudan, it's like I'm in Uganda. If I'm in Namibia, it's like I'm in Kenya or Zimbabwe. So please come and we enjoy COSEXA. Thank you very much.
All right. Miss Immaculate Chiza. I hope it is not Chiza. It's Chiza. Yes, and Miss Akelo Faith. We appreciate the work you do on behalf of the Association of Surgeons of Uganda. Thank you so much. So, we want to see you. Can you please stand up so that we can recognize you? Yes. Let the camera look into their faces nicely so that everyone can see them. All right. Can we begin with the discussion? I know the AGM is supposed to make some key decisions. So let's have a few hands. Let's have a mobile microphone so that we can be able to deliberate on a few issues. Professor Garukande, you have a microphone just next to you. Kindly turn it on and speak.
Hello. Thank you very much for the reports, much appreciated. I will add my contribution to one of the points the President made. Paying $500 per annum per year, which includes money for ASO, for insurance, for APL. So whereas in the beginning it looks like it's a lot of money, but then it has these other obligations that you must sort out anyway. I am proposing that we add COSEXA to that, so that we are compliant. We're compliant with APL, which means $600. Now, I appreciate it is frightening when you look at the whole amount at once, but we are COSEXA, aren't we? I don't know what our compliance rates are for COSEXA. I am sure that they're not great. So they are very poor. So that will improve our compliance rates with COSEXA. That will improve our compliance rate with APL. And it will improve our compliance rate with insurance. I think the APL thing and the insurance thing are a must-do. These are critical things for people who practice, for all of us who practice. Many times there is no issue until there's an issue that you don't have an APL. You'll be caught on the wrong side. You don't have APL, you don't have insurance. In the subsequent times, we shall have opportunities to share how to fully protect ourselves. But definitely APL is one of them, and insurance is another. So this 600 is ASO is being your PA to manage all your other obligations, and then it will remain with a little piece. And what I would add to that is we can allow for it to be paid either once or in 2 installments, maximum 3 installments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kello. Dr. Kello.
Yeah, the 600 is scaring us, but I was suggesting most of the places where we work already enforce APL, and some institutions cover indemnity in the institutions where we work. You can't go and practice like in our institution, the HR will not give you salary if you have not submitted an APL on a certain month. So not to make the figure too scary as we move, you can remove APL and make indemnity optional because of the institutional obligations. And then maybe you can lump up the other one so that the figure is not scary. $600 is in Uganda shillings. When you convert, the zeros become many. And I don't know how we're going to deal with the SHOs In this capital city here, maybe for us will be comfortable, but our friends up country, and yet those are the people we need to increase in ASO membership. That's my submission. And then I was also asking, Puma has life membership. Why don't you have life membership? Some people would like to pay once and forget being disturbed every year. Give us subscription. There's an option of life membership. Why not think about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Luyimbazi.
Thank you very much. I wish to thank the executive for really making such a big improvement. I think we have started seeing the ASO that we dreamt about, and you've really, I think the jump in subscription rate has been mostly because you have answered the value for money question that was there before. So we are really, really grateful for the work that you're doing for the association. I just want to get guidance from the Secretary General about the clause in the Constitution that requires an advance notice of amendments to the Constitution, whether it is still there. I think when we are going to amend the Constitution, it used to be required that you first table the proposed amendments some weeks, some months before. I don't know if that legality could also be addressed. Thank you very
much. Ms. Nagadia.
Thank you so much for the wonderful work that the executive has done. Mine is feedback on the finances that were shared. My expectation as a member of ASO is to have received audited books of accounts at the AGM. But I also noticed that some of the reports that were shared had, I think, draft notes, like with Mr. Frank, with Dr. Kakungulu. And when such finances are shared in the public and with members, it kind of compromises on the integrity of the finances that have been shared. So I encourage the executive to actually improve on the way that we are keeping our books of accounts, and on an AGM to actually present audited books of accounts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nagadia. That's noted. Yes, Dr. Tendo.
Thank you so much to the executive. This was great. Mine is about the residents. Like the Israelis say, a church is as strong as a Sunday school. And I think we need to have residents involved in, like, from day zero. Do they know about us? How are they participating? Seems like we are pushing them. If we can have, I don't know, from the reports, how many residents have subscribed with a 50,000. And I even thought it was 100,000. Because for us, we paid, I think, 100,000. But we need to put accountability, because once they enter year one, we should sell ourselves so that as they are coming up, they get the vibe, they catch the vibe. So this goes to the representative, whom I'm not seeing right now, but across the country, the medical schools, we should encourage residents to participate right from year one and also get involved into subscription. Thank you, because they get some essential money as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tendo. Let's take one more.
Thank you, Mr. President, and the committee for the commendable work. My submissions, one on subscription. I was a little shaken when I saw 11 members this year, already with a committee of 19. So probably I would think the committee would need to up our game. We are the first ones, despite of course the activities you're doing, but at least we should be saying 20, not 19. That's one. Two, the submission on the AGM. I think an AGM near the city center still stands strong. We can have the registrar symposium rotate around the city, but I would think an AGM near the city center, it's so that people who are up country, they also come close to the city center. Those who are in the city center, not in the middle in Kampala, they also get off. This is really perfect, I would think, and we encourage as many people to stay or sleep over, especially the people from up country, house them in the 5-star hotels. Offer so it would be good for guys to travel with their wives, not children. You come over for the AGM for 3 days, and then the increase in subscription. Yes, I would agree with the increase in subscription, but maybe we make it maybe a gradual increment. We are probably still struggling with 350. So if we make it 1.8, I don't know how we shall achieve that in the maybe shortly. 500 would be okay, maybe odd double what we have now, with say a badge, so that every time I have a coat, I have a badge of a SAU. That would make a big difference, but I think leaping to 1.8 might be quite difficult for most of us. And lastly, the presidential gown. I think it is worth adopting, though my question is, especially the balance between ASOU and COSEXA. I don't know if every surgeon subscribes to COSEXA, who is an ASOU. That's food for thought, because probably we have people who have done trainings in, say, Germany, in China, and probably they are not COSEXA, but they belong to ASAU. So if we try to keep ASAU like linked only COSEXA, then we are going to lose so many people, because over time, professional or super specialty training is not just tailored to COSEXA, but rather we leave it open. It's open. That's where we are going. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Setabi, I think let's take those for now. Okay, give Mr. Omona a chance.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank the ASAO Executive Council for the good work they have been doing. Now, my submission today is a little bit different. I know there has been advances in surgical care in Uganda, for example, laparoscopic surgery, endoscopic, and the rest. But I think maybe we are forgetting the elephant in the house, which is trauma. For us who work up country, and especially in the emergency department, it's quite a big burden, and I think there's no better place to discuss this than here among the surgeons. So I was thinking maybe we could have a committee on trauma, just like we have already had one with the skills lab, so that we can see how to improve trauma care in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mona. Yes, Professor Chamanywa.
Thank you very much. Just in line with what Mr. Mona is proposing, I would like to draw the members' attention to their ASAU WhatsApp group. There is a running poll there on what topics we should be considering for next year's AGM. So we expect members to be typing in so that we can collect the ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chamanywa. Okay, Professor Kidia.
It
It seems Kampala people are in a hurry to go back, but I think the breeze by the lake is good for us. We can live here at midnight. I would really like to appreciate the SOU executive for the tremendous work they have done.
Please clap for us.
Yes, we blame COVID, we blame many things, but I think first of all we should blame ourselves. We let our soul go into limbo, and attempts to resurrect it have actually matured, and we are happy with the executive. If it were possible, the same executive would continue. I'm not a politician though. Yeah, now, we have proposed a figure of $500 rising to $600, and it has a number of components. Like the other previous members have pointed out, some people here have institutional obligations back where they work to pay for APLs, and some institutions actually pay for our APLs, like where I work, sometimes they are kind enough to pay. So if the executive of our soul put it in such a way that we list the items we are paying ticks off what they are paying for, so that they pay. It's good to support COSEXA, yes, because it trains our people. We may not attend all meetings, but there is a benefit to it. I think that would go a long way. Then, on the issue of trauma, we are training in neurology, plastic surgery, neurosurgery. In other countries, there are traumatologists. The unfortunate bit about traumatologists is that they are needed at a critical time when the patient or client or consumer of the service has actually not planned to pay any money for health care. So you are really a trauma center that handles emergencies, mass casualties, and that has to be funded by the public. Most of these are public institutions, very few of them private, unless there is an insurance system running in the country, which we do not have now. So we have to think wide and wild sometimes and say, what about creating a specialty called traumatology under COSEXA? Would it work for us? And if it is to work for us, how will it be funded? Those are the issues that we must take forward to COSEXA for rumination over. The other is, there is the Soul Development Fund. My memory these days, especially the short-term memory, I think the circuit of Papez is a bit impaired. I wonder what the name of the account is, the account name, so that if one were to write a check, one writes the check in favor of that name.
Please, Mr. Treasurer, provide
Could
the
you please
account
provide?
detail.
I have many people here, Professor Chamanywa, the President, my colleague Joseph Epodoi. They may want to write a check, and they have been asking me for the name. So could you please provide?
Thank you so much. We are ready to receive all the checks. The treasurer is very close to you.
Actually, I projected it, but we are going to send it again on the SOU forum, and then individually to Professor and Mr. Podoi. We are going to send them. The name.
It's Association of Surgeons of Uganda Development Fund. Yes. The account number is 90-03-02-0590.
IT, please project
It is in
that
the
account
Stanbic
again.
Bank,
It's
Morago
in-
branch.
It's in my presentation. Please project it again.
I'll post it on the chat right away.
Secretary General, we are receiving a check right now.
Thank you
of the
so
many-
much, Professor. Mr. President, I would like to kindly request you to shake the hands of Professor Kiria. Yes, right.
And I believe we might get another check on the next table.
The IT team, are you able to project that image I have sent to you? All right, let's move on with the discussion. Mr. President wanted to address a few of the issues that were risen.
Thank you. I'll just pick a few and let the members on the executive respond to others. Let's go to the elephant in the room, which is the money. Of course, the increment is rapid, and the totals are not small. But we are not small people either. Recently, I gave notice to one of the places I go to where the chickens scratch when they are going forward. And I gave them notice. When you go across the border, seeing a doctor in Kenya won't go for less than $50, and in most cases, $100. That's commonplace. I think we are being insulted, and we have taken the insult way too much, for way too long. Let's up our game. We are worth a lot. Let's kick the can down the road. Increase your consultation. These programs of Bonabaga Gawale, Operation Wealth Creation, we like hammering them. Why? Now they're wasting our money. No. If this money is going in the population, let the population pick it, make themselves able to pay for these services, pay for what you're worth. I was telling a certain university recently, I was giving them lecturers. All the lecturers I was giving them have a minimum of 3 degrees. Someone has an MBCHB, an M.Med, a fellowship, and you continue charging 50,000. Do you really know your worth? I am about to retire. When I retire from government service, I will be charging $100, which is still very low. I will only see 10 patients. Give each patient an hour, 30 minutes. But if you want to see me, this business of seeing 30 patients and each one of them is paying 20,000, with me it's about to stop. Yes. Pay $100 and I can scratch my head. During my consultation, I can pick the phone, call Professor Moses, call Dr. Kuku, consult widely. These patients, sorry, I'm going to take a bit of time. They follow you even on WhatsApp. I have sent you my messages. Have you seen the results? I try to give them that as a way forward for them. There's one who kept harassing me. I said, please, you know, right now I have about 13,000 WhatsApp messages coming on my phone. So I told this man, if I don't have your name saved, your message will be down. So just send many messages. The man sent 5,000 messages. I was like, what has happened? He said, but you said send many patients. The long story cut short, up your game. Don't die. You are not a physician. You are a surgeon. You make your money from surgery. Me, I'm telling you, my professional fees is going to go to $1,000, non-negotiable. I do 10 surgeries a week. That's 10,000 USD. I see 10 patients per consultation twice a week. That is 2,000.
And I relax. I relax in that money. We are worth a lot. Okay, enough of pet talk. So, yes, the money is a lot, but we are really aiming at two things. One here. One, we are trying to take on responsibility as an association. Dr. Kello, we want to be the ones to give you your APL, not Rubaga. Because we are now an accredited CME provider, we want to be the ones to answer for your. We are trying to swell. We are trying to grow up. So by subscribing to us, we give you annual practicing license. Of course, we are saying it is 200,000, about $55. We will fee circle like $5 there. We want to give you an indemnity. We want to make it our responsibility. We might even get some money somewhere, pay for you, then netukubanja mpola mpola. So that for us, we can pay to UAP, and then when your money comes, we offset that. But we know that our member is licensed, is accredited, and is insured. One take up that responsibility. But in that one, of course, maybe $10, $5, maybe $20. We must be very frank about this. Then we have talked about a give back. We want to put aside 100,000 shillings, which is about $26, $25. And we let Dr. Victor run with his imagination. He goes to a conference in wherever and says, I saw some nice pens. I want to make them for my members. He shouldn't now be explaining. So that when you come, we say, you can get a nice mug, like the ones Professor has, branded. We have shirts, maybe even trousers, maybe even shoes, who knows? But we want to be with a lot of 100,000 from which we can do something for you. And we want to be sure that when you pay your money, was it Dr. Tendo, who was saying, Bawade sente zange, mumpa muchi. Then we began saying, behind the scenes. That's when, I think she was the first person to subscribe. Dr. Tendo, thank you. You were number one. Then I came in next. But we were struggling. What do we give her? The ones who got shirts now, to be very cool. No. We want that question to settle. Then, of course, now Professor rightly is saying, let us, so since we are your local chapter, once you pay to us, let us ensure that you're also covered for COSEXA. So we become a one-stop center. And that's how you swell. If you remain thin, I want to you peacock, you become big. That's why I'm grandiosing. This is what happens in life. You grandiose. When you grandiose, before you know it, they think, this man is important. Kumbe wa. So give us the money by paying. We give you APL. We'll first of all give you a CME hours. Now we've got the monthly CMEs, the monthly mentorship training. Then okay, I'm saying too much. I'm proposing to squeeze it, because out of this, we are remaining with about $230 for a soul. We can reduce it a little bit. Maybe we squeeze COSEXA into this for now, so that we remain with 130 for a soul, 100 goes to COSEXA, 190 for indemnity, 25 for a give back, 55. At least we begin there. But once you pay to us that $500